Oh, please don't fuck me. Buenos noches. Part 3 is a go. How's the stream quality? So far, so hood. While you've been away, I've been looking for a cock and ball pattern. No dice, all flaccid. While you've been away, I've been looking for a cock and ball. Oh, the quality's fine. Why? That's so weird. All right. This stupid fucking thing. Where's my duct tape? Duct tape. All right. Yo, Mr. Fumble, what up? God, this is so fucking stupid. I need to get a new headset. I don't know if anybody was here for it, but we were live streaming some options plays. I made a couple grand playing Tesla, and then out of sheer stupidity, testosterone, and angst, threw my headset to celebrate. And subsequently fucking broke it. Prediction for Fed's inflation numbers. Well, here's a new one for you. So the Fed adjusted their benchmark. They adjusted their benchmark for consumer spending data, and they changed it to the years of 2019 and 2020. So they've effectively botched whatever the numbers are supposed to be in reality. Like, can you imagine that, dude? It's so fucking backwards. Chat, I need to be honest for a second. And I think that I'm the most honest person, or of the archetype that is of utmost honesty. Both on the internet and in real life. It's something I hold very near and dear to my heart. Because if you can't be honest with someone or about something, neither of the things is worth the energy. I mean, literally not worth the energy. And, you know, it's one thing to settle for less if you're talking with someone who isn't up to spec on a certain subject. Like you might hear them cite something or say something that isn't 100% true, and you kind of like give them the pass just so you can maintain dialogue, But when it comes to things like the market, there's its own gradient in that. And throughout this entire journey, emotion has become too involved, I think. And I think when people talk about certain things, whether it's like AMC or GameStop or I don't know, talking about market structure, there are a lot of these very, very, very complex things that because of their complexity aren't articulated accurately. So, a lot of people will reach for these terms that serve as substitutions for intricate reasoning. Like dark pools are a huge thing that get used as like a scapegoat. And it bothers me. It really does. The thing that's been frustrating me as a YouTuber has been the collective not learning. And I say that very loosely. Please don't take any offense to that uttering. Crime sub, yeah, that's true. That is true. But it's very frustrating when there isn't enough learning, at least from my perspective, and I have my own bias and my own things that I'm still learning about. Yo, Max Capital, what up? But it's very frustrating because I know not everybody is a fucking Einstein when it comes to this. But I know that there are very competent people, and I hate seeing complacency in regards to learning, which is a very unfair remark on my behalf. Oh, this is so fucking flimsy. It's an unfair remark on my behalf because I consider myself as one of the educators. And if people, from my perspective, aren't learning, then that means I'm not doing good enough of a job. Annoying that YouTube doesn't show me you're live. It's just because I used my 3 notifications for the day because I was trying to fix the stream. But I don't know, like on my end, it's just become frustrating because I wish people were more apt in that regard. Hard to explain. Squeeze happening this year 100%. Who knows? Yo, Steven. If you want the squeeze to happen, you have to educate yourself about the things that laid the foundation for a squeeze to be possible. A squeeze is possible because of abhorrent amounts of short positions. The problem is that there aren't enough resources to conveniently or expediently explain where those abhorrent positions originated from. The other problem is people want the squeeze, as I do too, but these are loose numbers. These aren't to scale. This is just to illustrate a point. There's a 99% chance you'll get a squeeze by letting things sit the way they are. There's a 99.99999999999% chance that you'll get a squeeze, and with even higher numbers, in my opinion, if the masses were able to understand what is going on and how it originated. But complacency will not help you at all. But we could speed it up by digging. Exactly. Arby, good morning, man. And stock corruption, yes. I believe the majority of quote-unquote apes, which are new to the market, as in less than a year, and they're spoon-fed information by many people, majorly of people who want to sit on their hands and scream buy and hodl. Yeah. Instead of getting up and doing the work themselves, which decreases innovation. Exactly. Nail on the head, Goosey. Nail on the head. Any new DD? Not that I'm ready to share yet. And Baldo, you make a good point. Work 2 jobs. Again, that is a fault on my part. Is my reality is I don't have to work. My definition of work is you get up and you commit your time to something that consumes about 40 hours a week. I'm lucky in the fact that I don't have to work. You know, technically I'm working right now. I don't even call this work to my friends. Like when people ask me what I do, I'll tell them that I trade stocks. But then, some of my friends know me for being a YouTuber now. So then they'll be like, well, I thought you did YouTube. And it's like, yeah, I do, but I don't want to call that work. You know, I put in lots of effort to this, but I wouldn't define that as my 9 to 5, if you will. But my reality is I forget because I don't have to. I get to spend my time freely. You know, that is the biggest. Oops. We're gonna have a real talk real quick. That is the biggest privilege that you guys have given me. Is I get to spend my time however I want. Which ultimately I think is what MOAS translates. God damn it. I think that's what MOAS translates to. Like, yeah, it translates to a lot of money for people, but I think people want a lot of money so they can spend their time as they please. And there are some barriers that pertain to monetary constraints, but it ultimately translates to getting to do whatever you want, whenever you want. And where I'm at, I get half of that. I get half of that assertion. I don't get to have everything I want, albeit I've been able to get a lot of things that I want, but I get to do those or these things at my own discretion. 12-hour shifts and side job on days off. I depend on YouTubers and then check their DDA. There you go. And salute to you. Yo, Jeffrey, thank you. Like, sub, fondle. But, my own little MOAS, where I get to do what I want when I want. And that is something that since I was a kid was something that I sought after. Have a big chunk of that. And that's why I feel indebted to persist in digging. God damn it, why is it fucking doing this? That should be a little better. Let me know. Should be good now. Back? Okay. You got the delay pedal on your mic. Stop downloading Pornhub. We should be good now. Are we good? Chat, don't leave me. Chat. Hey, Goosey. Passport interview tomorrow. Hey. I'm ready for you, man. I'm ready. I got the other room cleared out. What is Entrest? It is a live stream tool that will show actionable pieces of information live. So I can have like the real short interest, or not real, relatively real. But I can have short interest being shown on the stream for you. And it'll update for every update that comes out from Vortex. And some other like UnusualWhales information and whatnot. Yeah, Samo, I got you, man. I got you. Screenshotting that. Hey, Astro, what are your thoughts on the whole Tzero news? I haven't really dug into it, but fines in the SEC world are common. It's everybody wants to say that the SEC aren't doing their jobs and that they aren't serving the people, and then they find a fine put against an alternative trading system service, which in the grand scheme is nothing. They didn't do anything wrong. And then people want to hold the SEC to this high esteem like they finally did something, yet anything else they will discredit and say they aren't doing enough. So I think it's just semantics and someone playing the narrative. Beast up. Ooh. I'm going to talk to Trey and see if I can jump in on whatever he's got going on with Beast. I think we could do something really fucking cool. The other part is someone sent me on Twitter. They sent me one page of like the 30-page document about the Tzero fine, and they captioned it. The tweet itself said that, "How do you feel about the SEC sending a cease and desist to the Tzero?" And the reality is the cease and desist is what happens if they don't pay the fine. It's the same thing as any other fine the SEC applies to somebody. It's like, how do you the equivalent of it is like, how do you feel about so and so getting evicted from their apartment because they didn't pay on time? They paid their rent 3 days late. It's not that they've been evicted. It's not that they did anything wrong, so to speak. They haven't refused to pay. They're just 3 days late. It's the same mechanic there. So instead of in a rational world where narratives aren't being spun, it should be phrased as, "Oh, how do you feel about so and so being 3 days late on rent?" Whereas the way that the equivalent is it's being spun as, "How do you feel about so and so being evicted?" Like, no, there hasn't been an eviction. That's what happens if you don't pay your rent. But that doesn't mean that the person is now on the streets. That doesn't mean that they refuse to pay. So it's just insanity. I'm working on a video to show in black and white in a very concise manner how almost everything you see coming from Twitter and Reddit is all spun. It's all spun. Remember when options were a bad thing? Remember when options were uh, uh, an act of the hedgies and blah 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 blah. And when you ask someone who understands what's going on, they're going to tell you options are one of the best things ever when you know how to use them. And on top of that, if you really want to stick it to a market maker, you buy you buy at or in the money calls. And if hypothetically, and this is not me telling people what to do, this is not me conspiring with anybody. I'm speculating on what would happen if something were to take place in the event that I'm about to enunciate, which is if theoretically a bunch of people bought in or at the money calls and these calls were not hedged for, then you would see delta hedging take place, in which that whatever the remaining delta is before that call option hits 1 in delta, you would take that and divide it by, multiply it by 100, and that's how many shares would have to go and be bought in the market. On top of that, if someone was writing naked call options, you're already forcing even more pressure on those who wrote them, because now they have to pony up 100 shares. They have to go source them in the market. You look so hot right now? I know. Mr. Beast is a huge YouTuber. Actually, I started watching him when he was at like 6,000 subs. I remember the good old days. In your opinion, what do we have to do to get this going, or just hold and wait? Well, there is no we, because that would agitate any securities specialist or lawyers. So I will not go on record saying we, but in a hypothetical parallel universe in which is very similar and akin to our own, in this hypothetical parallel universe with similar and akin realities, if said universe were to continue digging and finding the skeletons that the perpetrators believed were in the closet forever, as well as continue educating themselves and potentially figuring out how to use derivatives in their favor, I think you could easily expedite this. I said a while back, if everyone took the time to know how to play calls and puts, that you could probably, in this parallel universe, get this thing over in a month. But the saddest part is, my friends, is that the educating of what's going on has become conflated with evil. There's been this huge conflation of we back in February, March technically. In March, we figured out what dark pools were from the masses standpoint. It became common nomenclature to cite dark pools and off-exchange trading. And it was already being discussed, but it was very underground relative to the masses. It was not a common thing to be talking about dark pools before March or February. So we figured out about dark pools, and immediately there was pushback. that there was some nefariousness in regards to discussing them. But then reason took over. Reason became the platform to discuss dark pools. And then you eventually had more short interest discovery, we'll call it. There was more discussion about short interest, more so than there already was. Like, there was a baseline. Like, people knew what short interest was for the most part. People understood some of the basic maneuverings, so to speak, where you could have a total return swap, synthesize exposure. You could have out of the money puts to represent a short position. And then the deep in the money calls became a subject. But again, you had this pushback take place during the infancy of these discoveries. And then the platform of reasoning and rationale became the justification of all means, or of all things, to discussing these subjects. Now, fast forward, and a platform like Tzero comes along, and Mark, and people immediately had pushback, despite two things. If you took the essences of what Tzero is and who Mark is, and you removed the labels, if you had a reset, a character reset on the perception of these two things, there would be a fair shot at people taking the time to understand what both of them represent. Tzero is a zero-day settlement alternative trading system. The reason why short interest can be used and recycled and rehypothecated, even loosely rehypothecated, is because of settlement delays. Settlement delays exist because short interest isn't reported for 2 weeks. It also isn't sampled from all of the market participants for 2 weeks. So you have a month worth of waiting just for short interest alone. You also have failure to delivers, which, of all things, failure to delivers reside and right on the coattails of settlement times. Failure to delivers don't populate until T+3 and T+6 if you're creating bona fide market making activity. So if Tzero was implemented, you would have a complete renaissance to how short interest and failure to delivers are treated and regarded and pursued. And it would be much faster. Failure to delivers are strategic. It's not like these market makers or these funds or these market participants aren't aware of the fact that they are failing to deliver. They know, and they time it, and they play it, and they game it. And it's only possible because they know before you do, because they know that they exist before they are sampled, and that data is sent to the SEC, and they know when that publication is going out, and they've already made positions to play what the rest of the market is going to react with, all because of settlement times. So if you had zero-day settlement, it would be an even playing field, or a much, I can't even say more because it's not level to begin with, but you'd have a very relative to now even playing field. But because of this stigma that's been attached to Tzero, because of a smear campaign against Mark, now you have, the idea is ruined. It was just like Log the Float, which people don't even understand. I wrote Log the Float months ago. I had the idea ready, and user of intellect completely deflected me, ignored me, and then bypassed me altogether, and he pushed this dog shit version out. And then when it came time to figure out, what is the technicals of the project, he couldn't answer them, and I don't even know who developed it. I wrote it already. I'm a software developer. That's what I did. This is nothing of a project right now, but so I've done software development since I was 12. I wasn't the amazingest. I wasn't the most amazing coder until I was, ever, but I didn't have all of my gears together until I was about 15 or 16. But I had this exposure to learning way early on, and then I made a career out of it. and I was circumvented and bypassed and ignored. And then when the project was set to launch, it fucking fell on its face, and you wonder why. If only you listened to the guy who was a project manager for enterprise projects and helped actually write them and did write them and engineered them. I have experience with just about every layer of web development and even native application development. Didn't listen to him. So let's get back to the original point. If you removed the labels of Tzero and Mark Cahotis, if you dropped who and what they are by what the masses regard them as, if you removed these stigmas, people would be over the fucking moon about it. Full pun intended. But no. So if you took what Tzero was, 0-day settlement, it circumvents all of the games and intentional malpractice of market participants by expediting chronological constraints, by forcing settlement periods to be same day like that, instead of what it is now of T+2. Then you take someone like Mark, who I want to say framed, or was framed, was found on the ass end of the stick with Goldman Sachs and Overstock, where Mark at one point was shorting Overstock. And what happened was, because Mark was running a fund, his prime broker was with Goldman Sachs' prime brokering division. So then, while Mark is creating orders to short, on his side of things, Goldman is telling him that Overstock is on the easy to borrow list. Okay. I don't think the company's fundamentals are set up to allow for the valuation they're at. I think the real valuation is much less than what it is, and I want to have exposure to that, so I will short sell Overstock. My prime broker is telling me that there are shares available, and then it's on an easy to borrow list. And then Mark comes to find out it wasn't. Well, how the hell could that happen? Goldman Sachs, because they have a prime brokering division, are able to have some privileges. They themselves are able to allow for short selling to happen, even if shares don't exist. Sound a little familiar? So, fast forward a little bit. Mark finds this out. He eventually gets squeezed out of his position. He takes it to the chin. And then the Overstock saga begins. Patrick Byrne, the CEO of Overstock, tried suing Mark for naked short selling. Yet Mark didn't. Mark didn't naked short sell. It was Goldman Sachs. And Goldman Sachs was lying to Mark. So in between mediation, Patrick and Mark pass in the bathroom, and Mark has a one-to-one, man-to-man, and says, hey, I understand why you're angry. I'm just as angry as you are. Goldman tried to fuck me. Like they're trying to fuck you. You're not suing the right guy here. If you want something to happen, and if you want to get the revenge you deserve, go after Goldman. And that's what Byrne did. And Byrne won. And Overstock won. Mark has been at the front row. He was on the stage of everything that we're watching. He has the wisdom, he has the knowledge, and he has the scars. Yet people won't listen to him. Mark knows the playbook of these pieces of shit. But no one wants to listen to him. If you ask anybody why they hate Mark, it's going to have something to do with emotion. Not about reality, not about facts. And I can't think of any worse of a place to maneuver and navigate with emotion over fact and reason than Wall Street. Of all the places you want emotion to be your platform for reasoning. The funniest part is when people look at the chart, they tell you to not trade emotionally. And in the 8th verse, that you have to be emotionless. So there are two very key components here that have been raped by the narrative. The narrative has taken over, just like how the options chain controls the underlying. It's the tail wagging the dog. The things that are happening are because of the narrative, not things happening without the narrative. The narrative is supposed to be the result, but it's being played the other way around. No one listened to him because Tzero gave him the platform, and Tzero has been nothing but bad news for us. See, that is not entirely true. Tzero gave me a platform to voice myself. Katniss gave me a platform to voice myself back when I had 1,000 followers on Twitter. People have become desensitized, I think, to a lot of reason and logic and are shooting the messagemen instead of shooting the actual person who wrote the message. The British are coming. The British are coming. Imagine what would have happened if they shot, I can't remember the gentleman's name. He's a piece of history. But imagine if they shot the guy saying the British are coming and then said he was a shill. He was pushing FUD. Good morning, Astro. No dates. No DD. Keep up the great work. No dates. No DD. Good to see you. Crazy motherfucker. Fellow asshats. Good morning. Paul Revere. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a good name. It's a good name to remember. Trey Spider and Zen Lunatic. Thank you. And Brian. How you doing, Crazy? And Paper Tiger. That's what the Discord says when I join voice chat. Astro Revere? I like that. I'll make that my new Twitter handle. Or my new Twitter name. Actually, I'll just make it Paul Revere. All right, I gotta piss real quick. I'll be right back. Grab a snack, grab a drink. Bong rip. I pee on my nuts. Attaboy. Fuck. Can you hear that? God damn it. No, I was asleep all day. I've been sleeping a ton lately. If I'm drunk enough, I can remember Santeria by Sublime. It's hard to explain. If I drink enough, I'll remember the chord progression and even the solo. When I'm sober, I can't. You're sleeping a ton to get the energy to deal with my PS. Astral. Do you think this corruption will be dealt with? Eventually. Eventually. So I arm wrestled with Trey when we were in Oklahoma. And I was super fucking drunk and thought that it was a good idea to do it. It wasn't. And I can vividly remember using all of the alcohol in my system to ignore the pain of my shoulder while we were arm wrestling, because he might look skinny, but he's got some muscle to him. And I kept holding it. I think we were in like a constant battle for at least like 90 seconds. And I looked away to laugh, and that's when he took me out. But it fucked up my shoulder. And it's been getting better, but it's gotten in the way of my fucking playing now, because this movement, like going back, like sliding anywhere, it's a shoulder thing, and now it fucking hurts. Not Skinner, man? What's wrong with you? What do you mean? Years of jerking it too much in the army. What's your favorite song to play? This is no stocks and bonds. There you go. Rocket Queen? Or Sweet Child? The real bonds are the ones we made in chat. Are there any guitar players in chat? I've got a technical question. Look at the Reverend out here. What up, Drew? How you doing, man? Oh yeah, Move to the City is a good one. I actually hope I don't get fucking copyright for this. I want to fuck, what was the name of that song? Fuck. It was a Hollywood Rose number. Crash Diet. The riff to this is so fucking good. Oh no, this is Reckless Life. What the fuck am I doing? This shit fucking slaps. The audio quality on this isn't great. The bridge here and then the chorus are fucking amazing. This is like, this is the classic like GNR hook, which is more of a Stonesy kind of thing. Yeah, that's tough. Right back into the verse. Fucking great song. Forget where I was going with that. Yeah, check out so there's a guy named Mark Cantor. If you're familiar with any of the GNR lore. But Mark was one of the guys, he was one of Slash's best friends from childhood. And he had the suspicion that guns were going to be huge. So he recorded the first 50 gigs. And he's now putting together like an entire, what do you call it? string of work. He's got like an Instagram account for it. He's got like interviews, but he's releasing all of this now, and I think that's one of the photos. Discology, I guess, yeah. Bootleg. I saw somebody comment about being a classic guitarist, classical guitarist. So I finally figured out what rubato tempo is, which is something that Slash does all the time. Anthology, that's a good one. Yeah, thank you, YouTube, for the Roxy shows. So something I'm trying to figure out is using slides while being in time, which is hard to explain. Shit like that. You pathetic. Cool. I'll keep being pathetic with 60,000 collective followers. Suck my nuts. Yeah, it's like the slide thing. The slide thing I'm curious about because I figured out that I could I can play in time by like rapidly sliding. Because it's becoming more of like a percussive element. And then at the end of the slide, you're doing a pull off to get the note to actually enunciate. Does that make sense? I don't know if there's anybody in here who fucking can help me break it down. 1987 was a good year. I wasn't alive for it, but it was so good that I can look back to it with nostalgia somehow. Is there any way to see real time or a slight minute of a delay of what institutions are trading volume without T plus? No, dark pool orders, which is the realm of institutions, don't have to be reported for up to 24 hours after, and on top of that, they don't have to report the order period until it's completely filled. Professor Astro, your internet is like a gilf who wants to be a MILF. Student of Professor Astro. Hello, hello. Morat. Yeah, I'm fucking up because I'm trying to avoid pain in my shoulder. Anyone looking into the wheat sector? I have about 220 tickers to dig into. Jesus fuck. Good luck scouting fundamentals on that. Be right back. Getting water. I'll be spreading my ass in a new Porsche. Attaboy. Fuck off. Look at all that pre-market BS. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see something where it's not just the spread being played.
Oh, JFave, good morning. This is so fucking annoying. Music isn't too loud, is it? Good. Yo, crazy. I'll see you later, man. Good seeing you. Makes me want a whiskey sour and a blunt. Oh, Astro, nice headphones. Fuck you. I'll see you later. Real talk, long time lurker. Appreciate all you do for the community. We almost keep. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Did you see Jordan's tweet about fractal singularity? I read like the first 2 to the thread, I think. Can you DM it to me? Yo, DJ, good morning, man. Take a look at this real quick. Let's talk about what I call fractal singularities. Wanted to delve deeper into this topic that I touched upon yesterday about how it appeared as though fractal inception was occurring. Warning, we're about to go deep, real deep. Before we go any further, we need to define what a singularity is. Upon a quick Google search, the term actually has many meanings. However, for our purposes, we're actually wanting to use the initial singularity. The initial singularity is believed to be a single infinitely. Yeah, like technically infinitesimally. Or actually, oh no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, infinitely. An infinitely dense point that contained all time and space before the Big Bang occurred. Yep. Now I'm going to use an analogy to help paint the picture I'm trying to portray here with fractal singularities, a theoretical second Big Bang. Some theorists believe that over a period of trillions of years, the universe will eventually suffer a heat death, where essentially all matter will find thermal homeostasis, where heat is perfectly dispersed throughout all matter, and ultimately decay at a molecular level. This will result in all matter eventually meeting black. Yeah, because you would have distribution of if you found what he is saying as a homeostasis of all thermodynamics, where every piece of energy is distributed evenly, eventually that would allow things to cool because everything is at a relatively static state. So there would be no more bidirectional entropy. It would all eventually sink to the core, because that is where you'd find the least amount of energy theoretically being expended. It would actually all be the same, but if you're no longer expanding, then the walls of that system would act as an implicit shrinking effect. The force of complacency at the walls would be greater than 0, whereas everything inside of it would be at 0. I like this guy. Sorry, I just went on a tangent. A theoretical second Big Bang. Some theorists believe that over a period of trillions of years, the universe will eventually suffer a heat death, where essentially all matter will find thermal homeostasis, where heat is perfectly dispersed throughout all matter and ultimately decay at a molecular level. This will result in all matter eventually meeting back together once again in a singularity of infinite mass before exploding into a second Big Bang, thus repeating the long cycle of the universe, where it repeatedly expands and contracts with Big Bangs and contractions ad infinitum. Infinitum. Right? Yeah. How this all applies to AMC's chart is that I believe we just experienced a singularity. On January 10th of 22 at 11:01:09 Eastern Standard Time. Now let's talk about what a fractal singularity is. God, I'm gonna see that real quick. 10th at 11:01. I want to see if I can take a stab at what he's talking about before I read it. So I think that because everything started to go south, these 2 points are where things pretty much step into what I think is naked short selling territory. Actually, it'd be a little bit later on because rational short selling was occurring when COVID was becoming a problem and a little bit before it hit the headlines. But I think everything else was found over here. But I think we found a point of equilibrium relative to this point. Everything from IPO to whatchamacallit, up until COVID. So I think it's at a point where things can operate freely relative to the anchor that COVID created. I hope that makes sense. Okay, back to this. But I like his proposition here. A fractal singularity is when a fractal begins itself in its largest iteration and repeats itself on a smaller scale in both size and duration over and over again until it does it so fast that it meets a single point on the chart, where it's assumed that the trading algorithms are now trading its predetermined fractal infinitely, or at least as fast as its processor allows, in a single second before expanding back out again. I provided this photo in yesterday's post. Top left is December 1st to now. Top right is January 5th now. Bottom left is January 10th. Singularity. Yeah, like basically the nth child fractal, the last fractal before beginning a new iteration of a parent fractal. This particular fractal is a cell climax, I like that, followed by an automatic creation, which reiterates itself by forming a falling wedge that leads to another cell climax. An automatic reaction on a smaller level, its purpose is likely to absorb liquidity and distribute some of it for profit while softening the bottom landing. Bottom right photo of the four-pane photo is actually the iteration after the fractal singularity that I included by mistake. So here are the rest of the fractals leading up to the fractal singularity. As you can see, the fractal singularity is a single 1 second candle. Yep. Yeah. Now to bring it all together. On Monday, I suspected that this fractal singularity signified that the downwards pressure was over and that we would likely start a bull trend soon. This is due to my theory that, just like with a second Big Bang contracting all matter back into a single point of infinite density, the point can condense the fractal into an infinitesimal. Into a single point of infinite density. This point considers. I've only eyeballed the second part, but it appears to be true when I backtest this. The significance behind the fractal singularity is that if you can pinpoint what the fractal is that is iterating, you can watch as it shrinks into nothingness. Yep, thus potentially signifying the end of whatever fractal you're looking at. The end of the previous fractal, which in this case is a downwards pressure fractal, would signify the chance for a new bull trend to make charge, or to take charge. That's where I believe we are now. We may have some flat time for a bit before it really ramps up to composite man can accumulate. If you have no idea what I just said on any level, but are somehow more jacked than ever and even aroused, please like, retweet, and follow to spread the word on your Lord and Savior, that is the fractal singularity. In all seriousness, this is a highly interesting theory that I'm still looking into that seems to have merit this far. I'll let you all know if/when I find anything else on it. Cheers. Yep. See if I can find a video real quick. I just tweeted explaining that there's a new discovery here. Way up high. Higher than this. Inventory is being sorted. Fill the buy. Thank This was August 11th.
Let's do a little guessing game of chart timeframes. What do you think the top chart is? What do you think the bottom chart is?
The top chart.
Without looking, because I realized I just had that.
Oh, I don't. I can't see it. Anyways.
I just said it.
I'd say the 50.
Okay, the bottom.
Vince, thank you.
3 what?
3 minute.
Both are incorrect. What do you think? How long do you think the top chart is in time? And how long do you think the bottom chart is in time?
Oh, in time, like the period?
No. You had the first set of answers. The type of answer correct. The second question is how much time do you think has elapsed in this chart on the top, and how much time do you think has elapsed in the chart on the bottom?
I don't know.
In retrospect, this was a very unfair question.
Overall time, I'm confused by the question.
Yeah, hypothetically this is 3 months. Hypothetically this is a day.
Oh, okay. The first one would be, let's say, a month, and the second one a day.
Incorrect. I thought I would have stumped you there. This is 3 months. This is 1 day.
Okay.
Right? And you see how there's a striking similarity here. So
Right now. My fucking nose is pretty much pressed against my monitor right now.
I can zoom in, my bad.
Yeah, Sebastian, good morning.
Oh yeah, dude, fucking almost identical.
Right, and if I messed with this and really tried to go for it, I could probably get these almost spot on with a little bit of margin of error, right? But they're all fractals, and depending on the concentration of a particular fractal, you can figure out which part of the phase you're in, which I denoted through the triangles on this. These are all unique patterns that occur.
So judging by the top time frame, the bottom chart should be, if we're following the patterns, would be looking for a move up fairly shortly here. If we're just looking at the historical patterns.
Yeah, and then you can take another dive into it. You can add another layer of recursion, and if you even look at the 1 tick, this is where things get so fucking weird, man. Is you can see the same thing happening on the 1 tick.
Have you done this at GME too?
Yes. Yep. Same thing.
Did it line up as well? Okay.
So. I need a wider monitor to capture the whatchamacallit? The rest of this? There we go. Oh, you motherfucker. Let's just use some difference. Okay.
The mills are coming. The mills are coming.
But you can see how the distributions
What up,
are the
Donald?
same, even at the tick level. So depending on the concentration of the movement that you're in, where's it going? Depending on the concentration of a certain pattern, that will give you a direction as to what part of the cycle you're in. It's very, 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 very abstract as far as trying to interpret and tie together what to actually digest this concept of your 1 tick chart creating the same pattern, call it 1,000 times, will make your 1 minute chart look the exact same. And by divvying up the distribution of a particular pattern, depending on the concentration of one of these patterns, also known as fractals. The most concentrated of those fractals will represent itself at a macro scale, and macro scales are relative to your micro scale. So in this case, a 1 minute chart would be the macro scale relative to a 1 tick chart, right? The 1 minute chart would be the micro scale relative to a 5 minute chart, as that being the macro chart. And depending on your concentration at your 1 tick, you'll get a certain percentage of that as your 1 minute. And depending on how much happens in your 1 minute, which is also happening at your 1 tick level, will show what's happening on the 5 minute. And eventually you work your way all the way up to the day chart. And here's what's funny. You go to your day chart. How much time do you think is up here?
Is that the monthly? No, what the fuck is that? The very top one you're asking about? 45 minutes? No, that wouldn't be it. I have no fucking clue.
This is almost 6 months.
Wait, oh, the time frame itself, the
Yeah.
overall time frame. Okay.
This is 6 months of trading, right? This is 3 months of trading.
6-3.
This is a day of trading, and this is about 30 seconds of trading. Same stock, by the way. This is AMC.
So the whole point of it, though, is that everything is repeating all the time. Oh god, this fractal is now burned into my brain like one of those eye floaties. And the beauty of this is that I'm not going to flame the guy for coming across something that I also came across. This community is too fucking self-absorbed sometimes. Knowledge is a gift, and some people are too caught up in their own gluttony and ego, and may have even stolen it from someone else. I gotta make pee-pee. I think he's making a poopy. Nope. Discord link is expired? No, it's not. Oh wait, did I not update it? Yeah, no. It works. Tim, good morning. Can KG IPO Citadel if they locked up their own investors' money? Probably. They can do pretty much anything they want. We need a brainiac mathematician to figure out a general formula for these patterns. After all, Mandelbrot was a mathematician. Scorned it first, but now you see exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. I've been taking a break from it. I needed to reset. Nature, clothing designs, even the cell phone antenna design is based. Yep. Yep. Hey, 617, what up, man? Just wanted to say I really appreciate the work you've been doing and keeping apes together. Any upcoming collabs? A couple. I've been really not punctual as of late. But thank you, man. Thank you. Good morning, Astro. What up, Ken? Ken knows when. Good morning from the Redwoods. Good morning, man.
Yuletide carol being sung by a choir. Folks dressed up like Eskimos. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carol being sung by a choir. Folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carol being sung by a choir. Folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight.
Music sounds like it's from Trading with Emotions, yeah. What are we even doing here? It's too early for this shit. Coding. Marcus! Good morning, Professor Astro. Yo, Wood. What up, man? I think I'm gonna tell one of my brokers I want 5 physical shares to be sent to my home for safekeeping. See what they say. I think it'll cost you more to get those sent than what the actual shares are worth. It's fucking ridiculous. Looking forward to the next run-up so I can hear the Joey Diaz national anthem rant in all its glory again. We gotta do that. We'll do that even without a run-up. I need to write that down. I'll just do it over here. Fuck it. Done. That's true. Good morning, everyone. What's cooking? Good morning, Mac. Good morning. Good morning. As for what platforms do not use payment for order flow, TD Ameritrade lets you direct orders direct to market. You going to tickle the steel pubes with those Les Pauls today? Absolutely. Every day. Yo, Chris, good morning, man. Yo, Paper, send me that on Twitter. Astro, can I get one of those red and black headsets like you have? God damn it, chat. Anyone have headset recommendations? Wireless?
Get the upgrade? Nah, man, it's the same shit with a different title.
Coding what exactly? It's gonna be a widget for OBS, which is my program I use to live stream. That has short interest data and just key market data, I guess.
Sure thing, Thomas. Would you like a standard accent or something a little more exotic? Shit.
Told you, man, the upgrade's crazy. Thalia, revert last command to the simulation.
Running simulation.
What the hell is that? Well, you can pick anyone in history based off a collection of data. It allows you to personally speak with them.
Anybody?
Anybody.
Thalia, do Big Sean.
All right, let me get this straight. You can speak with anyone in recorded history, like Jesus, Steve Jobs, Einstein. Pick Big Sean.
Man, fuck yeah, that's my dog.
Thalia, simulate Big Sean.
What up, Kai, you little bitch?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to upgrade my shit.
Dude, this thing's fucking heavy, by the way.
Sometimes I fantasize about traveling space and time. I think about specific moments that I could rewind. Not to redo it, but relive it. I could give it one more go about and truly understand the deeper things that I don't know about. Now take a trip with me and vibe. I'm on this interstellar mission, issue down the ride. Hold up, I know this intermission, feeling like a tribe. Life is beautiful, I'm so lucky to be alive. I'm gonna take this moment right now here and school the people. I know deep in my heart everyone is created equal. I truly wish that I could see the sequel of our people. Truly wish that I could check it. Yeah, now when I hit the road and tour the world, I see life different like this music shit, this ain't the world. Brothers and sisters from different mothers and misters, all different colors and creeds, all come together for me. Boy, I'm blessed to be free. Doing 70 on this highway. On the front of this bus, I'm busting my mind open, hoping.
Should have gotten a bigger desk.
On the ground like coping, no time to bring the dope in, but
Didn't quite think it all the way through.
It's been like 3 months since I've been home. Sometimes it feel like forever, just how long I've been gone. Yeah, you know that's the shit that I've been on. You know I love it. Feel like it's never enough of it. Let me bring 'em back. Chillin' watching Tarantino, we know I've been on it forever. My endeavor like a feature film. Step into the realm of the realest. Do you feel it? I'm in it, my limit, the chillest. Let me bring 'em back. Yo. Yeah, I woke up early on my born 25. It's a blessing, progression, everyday lessons. I'm stressing, but I'm testing, reminiscing when I would listen to my intuition. And now I made it, resurrect the young Sinatra I created. I'm elated. It seemed like everyone somehow related. Letters back and forth from my homie that's locked up in prison doing 14. It's been 5, I know my heart's with him. I've been so busy, it felt like forever since I hit a man. I think about how I wasn't shit when he winning. What if the tables was turning? I was the one that been in. Damn, he said he see me in the
Is the music at a good volume?
He see me on Fallon and Kimmel. That's been my dog from the kennel. I never thought that out the millions watching he was one. It makes me reminisce about the times when we begun.
Yes, Davis, good morning.
With all of my homies on a constant search for who
KD
I was.
Sweaty,
I really
good morning.
school, they wonder why, and that's because my situation
What's in the bag?
alcoholics and drugs. I never graduated, but I made
Hydration.
it. Don't get me wrong, so many times I thought that I would plummet. Felt like I didn't have the heart and couldn't seem to stomach all of the beef around my way. I mean, I never wanted to live a life where all you're truly living is a lie. I knew I always wanted more. And
Just
so
right, perfect, awesome.
they wonder why.
Music is fine. Those is always the best, yeah. That's what I'm thinking, but I feel like I'm gonna throw it.
Think about space.
That's incredible. All right, chat. Let's have a little moment of history here.
Do you know planets? Can you name some planets off?
Yeah, there's so one named
Cheeto, this is for you. Rico, go fuck yourself.
and the planet.
Where'd I put the fucking
No.
shit?
I was little a long time ago with my mom and writing a cool shit.
fuck did I put that?
Sir, I appreciate the interview.
God damn it. Let's try that one more time. Actually. Fuck it, I know this will hold better. Hey, Andreas. Alright, chat, get ready to clip this. Cheeto? You mastermind with memes? This one's for you. Enrico! Yeah, fuck yourself. We did it. Oh, fuck. It's crooked? No, just the camera angle. Shut the fuck up. Upside down. Fucking finally. It's not fucking upside down. Got how to tell time. It's the doomsday clock. Bro, it says 420 on it, chill. Oh fuck, it's not in frame. It's 420, not 423.
Dreams. I know I'ma do it, go get it by any means. Serving food for the thought like it's rock to the fiends. I said this shit for years, but this life ain't what it seems. Saying that you can't just solidifies you never will. Say you would, say you could, but you ain't got the skill. You gotta climb the highest mountain and master the hill. You gotta climb over the hill and master your will. Give up on your dreams for a suit and a pension. Goddamn. For the intervention, you say you would have had the money. Don't make me mention.
Trying to find an HDMI cable.
Don't get me wrong, I know there's people out there hating on you. And it feel like your self-esteem is breaking on you. All they ever seem to do is hate when you speak. They spend 7 days praying on a week. I know the world sleeping on you like a sedative. Talk all you want about me, homie, I'ma let it live. Hated this, hated that, say I sound repetitive. Hating in your blood, you was born to be negative. Never been. I struggle every day, but I just
I just need to get a set of, not a set, but some monitor stands.
This is dedicated to everyone that never made it, and the people that persevered even though they was hated, that had a dream and a vision that they followed like a religion, but on the real, the road to success is prone to collision. And every now and then something happens that's unexpected, like that newborn in your life that you fucking unprotected. And I swear nobody
Should have hung it from the mic.
yeah, I know this brother seven step on his step from his life and no complaints, trying to do just what I can, learn from my father's mistakes and become a better man. I plan to see them, watch them grow, teach them everything I know, show them how to fight his battles and always go toe to toe with this. I know 'cause I've been high, low, right, wrong, but I had to do it all just so I could write a song. And grip the mic like I'm the one, it's my only gun. Sometimes this journey to the top can be a lonely one. Yeah, and it's victory lap.
Neurotoxins in that air wick?
Sound screaming, you the chosen one. Telling myself, don't
Probably.
I struggle every day, but I just can't let the devil in. And if I knew back then what I know right now, what I know right now, I'd be better than I've ever been, better than I've ever been. I've been working like I've never been. I struggle every day, but I just can't let the devil in. And if I knew back then what I know right now,
Shout out to Goosey for putting this together. Oh fuck. Why does that look so off? Oh, it's because.
You be careful with that, you fucker.
Goosey, goosey, goose. I'll see you soon, pal. Wait, I forgot I'm watching on YouTube instead of Twitch, BRB. Hey, if you're not watching on Twitch, you should. Better quality across the board. Video, audio, less latency. Yo, Goose, can you spam the Twitch link real quick? TV magic. It lags for you? Try turning down the video quality. Yeah, it should be fine. I did, then you look even shittier. Yeah, Tiger, I got you. I'll give away another 20 subs over there. I'm gonna give away some subs.
Story and transformation of the man who saved the world.
Surface contact in 400 meters.
Paper Tiger, you also get mod. Don't fuck it up. Congratulations.
200 meters. Time of day, 6:28, constant meridian. 328 feet. Oxygen. Temperature is 17 degrees Celsius.
Man, what are the chances that there's some big ass creature out there that's gonna eat us?
100%.
Come on over.
Clear skies.
Guy, which Tarantino film?
Money laundering, nice. No, Twitch takes a lot of it.
Probably say kill.
114 feet.
Stylistically,
I'm gonna give away 20 in
bitch, that was the lead character.
30 seconds.
He's like that bitch with like some kung fu shit. Like he like with his raps fucking crazy.
You know, in Pulp Fiction,
Just jumped over to hey.
Tarantino shots. It's the same.
Can we build a Jarvis after Moaz? Probably.
No, I can see that. I can see that. But nah, man, fuck that, man. Kill Bill was the shit, man. Especially like Knives Stone and
I promise your dick will grow when you use Twitch. True. Not medical advice.
Are you?
What are you doing, step bro?
Hey, Primalero, thank you.
Wait. What's that sound?
Bro, I fucking hate Kanye. Next. Yo, American, back at you, man. We're getting back to it. It's like Primal Arrow. Oh, I got you. My bad. MILF Squad, baby. Yeah, Twitch is a lot better. Neil, thank you. Alright, chat, get ready to clip this. Cheeto? You mastermind with memes? This one's for you. Enrico, go fuck yourself. Bullish. That fucking Les Paul is so pretty, man. Hey, Michael, thank you, man.
If I was just another dusty record on the shelf, would you blow me off and play me like everybody else? If I asked you to scratch my back, could you manage that? Like if we had chicken trappy, I can handle that. Furthermore, I apologize for any skipping tracks. It's just the last girl that played me left a couple cracks. I used to, now I'm over that. Cause holding grudges over love is ancient artifacts. If I could only find a note to make you understand, I sing it softly in your ear and grab you by the hands. Keep me stuck inside your head like your favorite tune. And know my heart's a stereo, the only place for you. My heart's a stereo, it beats for you, so listen close. Hear my thoughts in every note. Come on. Make me your radio, and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you, so sing along to my stereo. If I was an old school 50-pound boombox, would you hold me on your shoulder wherever you walk? Would you turn my volume up in front of the cops and crank it higher every time they told you to stop? And all I ask is that you don't get mad at me when you have to purchase Mad D batteries. Appreciate every mixtape your friends make. You never know, we come and go like on the interstate. I think I finally found a note to make you understand. If you can hit it, sing along and take me by the hands. Keep me stuck inside your head like your favorite tune. You know my heart's a stereo, the only place for you. So listen close. Hear my thoughts in every note. Make me your radio, and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you, so sing along to my stereo.
Holy shit, you finally hung your clock. Yeah.
If I could go back to that day we met, I probably would just stay in bed. You run your mouth all over town, and this one goes out to the sound of breaking glass on my Range Rover. Pay me back or bitch, it's over. All the presents I would send, fuck my friends behind my shoulder. Next time I'ma stay asleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And you got me thinking lately, bitch, you crazy, and nothing's ever good enough. I wrote a little song for you, it go like, oh, Ray, me, for so fucking done with you, girl. So fucking done with all the games you play. I ain't no tic-tac-toe. Save the X and O's on another note. I'm don't break me for so fucking done with you, girl. with you, girl. So fucking done with all the games you play. I ain't no tic-tac-toe. Save the X and O's on another note. I'm don't break me for so fucking done with you, girl.
Michael, thank you, man. $20 holla on Cash App. Much appreciated, sir. Got 40 viewers on Twitch. That's fucking lit. Going to get food, but leaving stream up so after stream numbers aren't at rookie levels. Thank you, Ben. NAKD. It's interesting. Does Naked have options?
I've been moving calm, don't start no trouble with me. Trying to keep it peaceful is a struggle for me. Don't pull up at 6 a.m. to
They
cuddle
do.
with me. You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, shit was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back, sometimes I won't. Yeah. I feel good, sometimes I don't. Hey, no. I finesse down Western Road. Hey, next. Might go down to G.O.D. Yeah, wait. I go hard on Southside G. Yeah, wait. I make sure that Northside eat. And still, bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me.
I just bought 200 shares on Naked. I might sell covered calls.
She say, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my bed and my mom. I'm sorry. 50 dub.
Hey, Mike. Good shit. Good shit, man. Whoa, since when have you listened to Drake? I listen to this type of music whenever I'm like coding or doing anything that's more laid back. I gotta get some food. Actually, I'm gonna go microwave some pizza. I gotta piss too. Get a drink. Get a cafefe or some popcorn. I need to make an intermission screen too.
Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Yeah. Yeah. Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Yeah.
I've been so focused, I've been so locked on you. Ever since you walked in, baby, you light up the room. Scared to approach you, but I think it's what I wanna do. Yes, you look in my eye, you wanna know why it's me. It's something you got, it's something I die to see. The way that you smile, I think that it needs to be me. I just want 24 hours, so even less if that's too much to hold you close, to hold you close. up, pour another drink so we lost in the music, lost in the bass of the beat. Yeah, yeah. I really can't help you, boy, you're like a magnet pulling me. So here I am in the palm of your hand, don't you see? Promise me, promise you won't make a fool of me. I just want 24 hours, or even less if that's too much to hold you close. To hold you close. You got this look like it's ours. I want it all to be yours. Even if tomorrow I have to let you go. And if you're too smart to love me dumb, if you've seen too much to love me die, can I use my hands to cover your eyes? Just for one night, just for one night. And if you're too smart to love me dumb, if she was too cold to leave you dry, can you forget her and look into my eyes? Just for one night, just for one night. And if you're too smart to love me dumb, if you've seen too much to love me die, can I use my hands to cover your eyes? Just for one night, just for one night, just for one. Just for one night, just for one night, just for one. Ooh, just for one night, just for one night, just for one. If you're too smart to love me dumb, if you've seen too much to love me die, can I use my hands to cover your eyes? Just for one night, just for one night.
Trap money, Benny. This shit got me in my feelings. Gotta be real.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So this is going to be not my weekly recap, but it's going to be my Sunday watch list series where I go over the swings that I'm currently in or plays that I'm looking at. Obviously, if you're in my VIP Discord, you know that plug was something I alerted last week for an expiration of January 14th. A lot of people wondered why. So I wanted to break it down really quickly. If you look at it from a macro perspective, obviously we're in this pennant here, right, where it's respected this bottom trend for quite some time. You know, we had this bleed through here, obviously from our major support, but it bounced off the trend and has literally touched every lower low, and it kind of kept in line with it, obviously, except for right here where we just recently bled through. But if you see from the top here, obviously we connect our higher highs, or I'm sorry, our higher lows. We have a nice pennant forming. We had a bull flag that obviously came down pretty significantly. We filled all our gaps on the downside. So there's no gap fills that necessarily need to happen for this, to go up. But the reason I'm bullish on it, if you look at our lower support line here, we've had 1, 2, 3 touches on this. So it's a very historical trend line. We even had 4 right here. We had obviously our bleed through here, which was I would consider this a spring. This looks very similar to a Wyckoff setup, but this historical support has really done justice by this stock, where it's bounced off multiple times and it had some pretty good rallies off those as well. And you got to remember, I'm playing a $26 call for January 14th, so I don't need this insane move, right? This stock doesn't have the liquidity for those insane moves, unless there was a news catalyst or something like that. I think the volume is about 12 to 19 million, but it's coming into this almost head and shoulders pattern, right? So you have what would be a shoulder here. It's not as high as I would like it for it to be ideally, but it's coming up here. It's touched the top of this trend, came down, touched the bottom of the trend, which this is respected for quite some time now. It did bleed through. My thinking is it could potentially come down to the support, get a 5th bounce, and come back up to this right shoulder type area, or even complete a shoulder a little bit higher. And I need it to happen before this line here. But I do think, honestly, this will come back up into the trend. If it comes back to the trend, that would be right around, what, 28 bucks, which would, our calls would then be in the money. The only thing that I'm worried about is time, theta eating away at this, but I am confident in this happening rather quickly, just because if you look at the RSI, it's extremely, extremely oversold. It's at 28.69. Oversold territory is right around 30. So bears have had their fill, right? Bulls, or it's time for them to step in. And I think bears will actually let bulls step in just to reintroduce profitability on the downside. You know, you can't continue to beat this down, especially when it's supporting, you know, it's being supported by historical support lines, this trend here, and they know that they can't continue to push it further down than that. And then MACD is getting ready to cross as well to the upside. So I'm really bullish on the stock. You know, maybe not what we consider bullish in the meme stock, you know, saga, but I'm bullish in the fact that I think it can get back to this consolidated area right around 28. If that's to happen, you know, our calls would be $2 in the money. I would start to scale out at that point as well, diving into, you know, lower time intervals to execute this properly. But overall, I really like Plug going into next week. If you guys have any questions or concerns, put it in the comment section below, or you guys can just message in the Discord, because this is going to be a private video. This is just for you guys. But yeah, loving what I'm seeing from Plug. Let's jump into a few other ones that I'm bullish on this week as well. All right, so another one here is going to be WMT. This was actually alerted by one of our traders, Lana. So great spot by her. But honestly, this blew up, but I still think there's some more upside here as well. So if we come to the daily chart, RSI still isn't overbought. It's around 56, so I still think we have some more upside potential on here. MACD is still going up, still, you know, converging upwards. But what we have here is an ascending triangle. If we actually connect our higher lows, and then we end up pulling them from our lower lows, and what ends up going on is this potential breakout situation right here. We've already had this bounce off support at 135.18. Things have been slowly building up and kind of compressing to where I think we can have a breakout if we break through this top trend line, and it'll send us upwards to about 152.19, and we'll get that third and final retest at 152.19. As you can see back here on August 18th, we had a breakthrough but a rejection, which sent us to the bottom of this trend. We had a few gap ups, tested it one more time here November 8th, came back down, touched again, and I think now this is a very, very big moment and pivotal moment for Walmart. If we can break through this, we'll definitely get that ascending triangle breakout and retest 152.19. So I love the call by Lana. Great job by her. I don't really think there's a need to go into a further smaller interval, if you will. It kind of breaks down almost the same. Got an upward trend. I think we'll consolidate a little bit right around here. Obviously, we have some selling pressure, which negated our RSI and brought that down. But I think everything will curl back up. So really bullish on WMT. Great call by Lana once again. Keep that on your watch list, and let's see how it does this week. All right, guys, so now we're going to be covering Ford. I have a 114 for the expiration and a $25 call. This had me a little bit worried just because once I zoom in a little bit, you'll see what I'm talking about. We do have this gap down, right? So it's going to be from 22.43 down to 21.87. So about a whole point swing, you know, and I believe if it does break that, it'll come back down to this. Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, it'll come back down to this consolidated range, right? I think it'll trade, you know, sub 20, maybe in the $18, $19 range, and kind of stick there for a little bit. But let's break it down to what these lines are. 5 minutes is going to give us the best insight into what's happening. Obviously, gap fill here. If we take our trend and we grab it from when this sizable move up happened and we connect it to our higher lows, it's going to bring us all the way to right around here. Our resistance is going to be this top section here, obviously, because we had a touch point, rejected, came down. And I have this as my support, right? So 23.36, main reason for that is it's a main touch, and then it reversed off of that pretty hard. And yeah, honestly, it looks good. So if you guys look at this, let's actually show you what this is called. So you can start tying in some of the basics of technical analysis. I already have it pulled up here. This is going to be an ascending triangle, right? So you have your uptrend, which is going to be this left side here. Obviously, it's coming up. Didn't necessarily touch the top, but you had this movement down, you have the move up again, you have it come down, and what ends up happening is your trend line is going to be getting lower highs, right? And it keeps making evenly, like you see how this.
All right. Gotta wait for this fucking food to digest because I can feel myself shaking from low blood sugar. Yeah, I like Blink a lot here. And this looks like a spring. Yeah, I'm gonna be going long. And just like as far as, yeah, holy shit. This is what Josh was talking about here, having this little trend line, or not trend line, this support being respected so many times. I'm thinking about starting a trading group. Would anyone be interested in that? Shiveries and Jenny and Clint, they've been doing that actually. And I've been really fucking late to it. That'd be dope. Hell yes. Okay. Full send. The what do you call it? Where in the fuck? Where's the anchored VWAP? There it is. You've got my support. Yes, yes, and yes. Yeah, this ticker is Blink BLNK. Yeah, I'm not very liquid yet, but I'm down. Cool. Someone was asking about cash or margin account. I've been playing options on cash, right? Yeah, so the difference between a cash and a margin account is, so with margin you have day trade warnings, or you get up to 3 day trades if you don't have 25,000 in your brokerage account. After that, you're fine if you have those funds. Otherwise, you'll get marked as a pattern day trader, which it's an SEC thing. It's really fucking stupid. But I use margin, which, what did this? Which is great because it basically, margin isn't just like, it's not just an account that can give you, leverage, but it also serves as like a same day settlement type thing. So if you're on margin, your trades you're getting the monetary value. So if you close a trade, you'll be able to trade those funds instantly. The problem is that your funds don't actually settle for T+2. So it's a little confusing. But great to have. Yo, my name is Jeff, I think. Overstock looks funky. Could it be? Maybe. Where have you been hiding? I've just been kind of doing my own thing, doing a little bit of soul searching. Goose, can you help? Can you set up another Discord For the trading group. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. the fuck? When does the CPI report hit? $9 a.m. 8:30. Thank you. Somehow you want the general Discord to look, and I'll get it done within 40. You don't gotta get it done that quick, but basically like picks, ideas for channel ideas, picks, ideas. What do you call it? Like a, don't use this term, but something for it, like a like an urgent or like runner channel. And like announcements. Who has the CPI numbers? He reports it. Yeah, so it's the Fed. Jerome Powell will go on the mic and lie to everybody. They actually adjusted the benchmark to be consumer spending habits from 2019 to 2020 instead of the most recent. That's how you know it's bad. Bunch of fucking crooks. Yeah, this thing's about to pop. Yo, Shah. 5 fucking months, my man. Thank you. Thanks for support. Thanks for supporting the shit show. Love you, brother. Thank you. Mac and Bees. Good morning, man. You sexy Jack Sparrow. This is Blink, BLNK. Go little rock star. BLNK. Ever since, well, you're welcome. Ever since I started learning and seeing Wyckoff, I can't unsee it in every chart. YouTube just went down? You sure? Should I play plug? There are no options for Blink.
Good morning.
Tony! Thank you. Thank you so much, my dear. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Plug's kind of doing the same thing. I think there's one more touch down here. Or it might have already done it. I think I see it. Shit. I think I see it touching 18 again. Possibly. Like a walk down. Because I'm watching this short-term moving average. If that crosses through either of these, it's not going to be good. Actually, can't really tell. I want to say it's doing... No. I don't know, you gotta be careful with it. You definitely gotta be careful with it. Bam thinks 112. Yeah, I'm in agreement with him. So he and I have been chatting a lot about whatever's going on with the chart because I've been seeing a lot of late prints coming in, and the chart will you'll see like some movement begin, but then let's see. You'll see a candle start to move, and then it'll form a wick, and then everything just seems to die for like 10 seconds. And then when the next candle comes up, you'll see the wick disappear on the last. It's really fucked up. They're definitely gaming the historical data. Something's not right. I think it has to do with dark pool orders that take longer than a day, call it. And they go back and report. The institutions will go and report the trades, and it'll negate whatever the historical values were. Thoughts on Fubo? I saw some unusual whales alerts popping up. Yeah, it looks like it could see a little bit of movement. Something like that. Yeah, Edward. Hey, Alex. Good morning, man. Good morning. Good morning. Anyway, I see he must be on the 100 ping server.
Drake, because my Instagram is weak as fuck.
I'm just being real. My shit, look.
Let me see if I can pull this off.
Let me, since you're in here, Destiny, as long as one person is in here, it's time for me to read some AMC information and data. Let's talk about the data and the numbers. 58% of yesterday's dark pool volume was short on AMC, right? And usually when that number is high, of dark pool volume being short, AMC fucking dips, takes a shit, right? The one time we're at 48%, we had a 6% rip, right? So we had 58% of dark pool volume short yesterday. Yeah, we closed green yesterday. 1 penny up. I'm fucking happy with that. What's up, Paul?
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? What's up?
Okay. Yeah, I'm live right now. I'm doing a creative little, what do you call it, stream setup. But just wanted to say that I appreciate your work, man. You're really unrecognized, I think, and it's great to see somebody diving in as much as you.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate you and everything you've done too.
Thank
you. With your patterns, everything. There's always, like, if you look at it, volume pattern, you match it with the short volume pattern. There's so many different patterns, so much different algorithms going on.
Yeah.
I mean, they can change an algorithm with a snap of a finger. So that's one thing that's it's hard to predict these things with these algos. But man, like, again, you spot shit, bro. It's like everything. Again, it's everybody's doing their DD and everything comes together and everything starts to make sense, and it's pretty amazing, bro.
Yeah,
And you're one of those guys who got people to start looking at these things. You know what I mean? So we appreciate you for being you. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Doing what you're doing too.
I appreciate that.
But I don't know if you took a dive really into the cost of borrowing shares available.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is
Tons.
super.
Yeah, I've been looking at that for a while. It's really uncanny how much that is being gamed as well. You look back into like January and June, and you can clearly see how it begins to whatever the opposite of erode would be. You would see it starting to go up.
So you probably seen the price of AMC and you matched it to cost of borrow. You probably saw cost of borrow. It ran up and it dipped down, and as it was dipping down, the price shot up afterwards, right?
Right.
Did that in January, did that in June, and since then it just kind of flatlined, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's a theory, right? Mm-hmm. What I think happened was it did flatline, a little hiccup in between, but it was pretty much flatline dead. They kept that shit low. Even though they borrowed a crap ton, high short interest, and low shares available, right? Meaning there's high demand, low supply. You would think the cost of borrow would go up, right?
Right.
Which wasn't the case. Sometime in November, there was a massive.
Yo, Dankmaster, send me a DM on Twitter. I'm super interested.
Thrown back into the broker's hands, right? It went from 950K shares available to 4 million, and we haven't seen below 4 million since then, right? Since midway November. And I think it might have something to do with the DOJ, the DOJ, how they said they were going to invest short selling, and somebody they got nervous and they were like, "Oh shit, return some shares because we can't keep our cost of borrow this low at this level of shares."
I think,
and so that's what I think happened. They asked for those shares to be returned. They had to.
Yeah, I think also what's going on is the share lending vehicles via ETFs from BlackRock and Vanguard. If you Charlie's vids does a lot of awesome digging into it, but because BlackRock and Vanguard oversee all these mutual funds and pension funds, the entire reason why these funds generate 2 to 3% returns every year is because a lot of their holdings are lent, and so now you have this fixed leg of
of a fund that is generating this yield of 2 to 3% or whatever their benchmark is supposed to be. So when you see institutions buying these massive orders of shares, it's not an immediately good thing, because 9 times out of 10 that leads to lending.
Share lending.
Right.
100%. I mean, and BlackRock, they started the year with what, like 20 million shares? The last update they had like 40 million. So they're lending their shares out, but they know the stock is being shorted, so they're buying the dip as well. So that's like
Pretty
one
much,
positive
yeah.
is they are buying the dip, but they're letting it drop because they want to buy as much of the dip as possible, right?
Right.
Now the whole thing with cost to borrow, where we're seeing it flatline. I believe sometime in November, DOJ started cracking down on these brokers and like, hey, how are you offering only 0.5% cost to borrow?
It goes
there's
negative.
So little.
It goes
and
negative.
So I think they got worried, right? Because if you take a look at the shares available, right, back in June, back in January, right, you would have one day maybe like 2 million shares, right? You might see 2 days, 2 million, 2.5 million, 2 days in a row. And then the next day you'll see 100,000 shares.
Yeah.
200,000
Well, they're
shares.
getting recycled too.
And then, so you had volatility in shares available back then, where you're not seeing that volatility now.
Right.
And if you take a look at cost to borrow and shares available, and it makes sense, right? Shares available, when it runs up, you'll see cost to borrow kind of take a nosedive down, right? And when
Right.
shares available gets all borrowed up, cost to borrow flies, right? So that's the difference we're seeing now and back then. Now we're not seeing that drop in shares available, right? So we see this rise in shares available and this uptrend in shares available, but these hedge funds, right? They're not borrowing, right? And again, isn't that like a really solid question you could be asking any person who's short on stock, right? You tell them, well, there's a high supply of shares, short shares, right? 6 million plus, whatever.
Sure.
High supply, and the cost to borrow is low. Then what does that mean about the demand? There's low demand, right? High supply, low demand, low price. That's supply and demand. That's the basics in supply demand. So there's no demand to short AMC right now. There's a huge supply, no demand, and that's what's causing causing cost to borrow to go up. Now they're still shorting shares, obviously, that they have on hand, but they're not borrowing more from the brokers. If anything, they've been returning more, and it's been uptrending upwards, right?
Sure.
But now they're burning shorts. They're shorting the stock to suppress the price, but they're also returning shares to the brokers to suppress the cost to borrow.
Well,
but they can only return so much.
Look at how often or how long these loans are lasting. Typically, it's less than a day, and even more typically when you shift your lens to be more of a micro perspective, you're seeing these loans last half a day, a quarter of a day, sometimes even just a tenth of a day. It has something to do with the means at which, or the rhythm that they're using to borrow shares and return them. I think you're seeing the options chain used to recycle shares, so that you borrow your shares, you sell them short, and then you exercise in the money calls to then return those shares back. So you're still short, but you're utilizing a vehicle that allows you to acquire shares without affecting the share price immediately. Okay? Because if these calls are already hedged for, and the person shorting elects to exercise them, then you just return those shares. The person already hedged, so you're not going to see that delta hedging happen on the ticker, and you've effectively closed out a loan of shares while still having a short position. And the reality of it is you're seeing the price go down because of shorting, and then satisfying the loan with shares that were already sourced. And I think that's what's going on, is when these calls were written back in late May and early June, one, I think a lot of those were naked, but two, the ones that were already hedged for are being seen as returned right now, I think. So a lot of these calls are being returned or exercised and then returning those shares. All in the meantime, your downward pressure is being realized immediately, but the upward side already happened back in June. So there's no hedging at that point. It's already been hedged for. So they exercise the call, or the shares are delivered and then returned to satisfy the loan. And I think that's what's going on.
I think we saw something somewhat like of a reverse of that happening, where we took like a dive, AMC, a bit of a dive. They shorted the crap out of AMC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were unhedging. They were selling call options that were in the money. So that was like we were seeing double sell pressure, right? So they're unhedging options that they had, and along with the shorting, and some retail paper hands, and that's what caused a lot of this drop in price. But again, just as fast as we came down and they unhedged the shares, if we start seeing buy pressure and the shorts running out of shares to sell short, we start seeing some actual price discovery, and the price actually starts moving up, and call options start going into money. They don't have any shorts to stop this upward pressure. We could see what we just saw, how the price came down. We could see the reverse happening, where it starts to run up, right? And it could lead to a gamma squeeze like that.
Yeah, it's there's so many different ways that the price movement can be narrated as, and I'm not sure when we'll get answers on it. I think it's been a combination of different methods. It also comes down to settlement times and the way that short sales are reported. There's a lot of intricacies that can't be understood until looking back in retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, this whole, again, I believe the whole stock market right now is just way too overly complicated. It should be super simple. You buy a stock, it should add buy pressure. You sell a stock, sell pressure. It's that simple. But I feel like they went just too complicated. You can short, you can use options to short, you can go options to go long, you can do this, you can do that, hide your FTDs. Yeah. It just made a big mess of everything, and when you overcomplicate things,
that's how they want it.
Everywhere.
That's how they want it. That's where knowledge is power becomes realized. And if you have the news before someone else, then you get to make plays with a snapshot of reality that other people have yet to observe. That's why I know I'm gonna have people go for my throat here. Whatever. That's why Tzero is important. That's why 0-day settlements are important. Is because a lot of the mechanics that we're seeing used in the nefarious and even evil, I would go as far as to say short selling tactics, all resides on these settlement windows. Reality doesn't kick in until T+2 or T+3 or T+6, the day of the trade plus some interval. And during that time, the only people who are aware of a particular reality are the ones that are doing the reporting. Retail doesn't have that blip, that snapshot of reality until it's reported, which takes 2 weeks, which is 2 weeks after when it was actually submitted in the form of data.
Mm-hmm. If you think about it, we do get our information 2 weeks, but the way it, okay, so we had December 15 short interest data, right? And it took us into midway into January to get the December 31st one, right? So even though it's 2 weeks later, we're waiting 2 weeks for data that's, even though we're waiting 2 weeks for the December 31st one, if you go back, we're actually pretty much a month behind, because our only data was one that we had in December 15th, right?
Now here's the craziest
thing.
And
even the short interest numbers now, it's 18.4. It went down a little bit from 18.8.
I think it's 19.94 now.
It's showing 19.9 for you?
I'll check right now. I was looking at it earlier.
You're on Ortex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ortex.
19.3. Yeah.
I like Ortex because they're at least trying to somewhat give us some clarity on short interest, because the issue is they short the stock. They give us these short interest numbers, and then we have to just assume that AMC short interest is still what it was December 15th until they showed us just now, December 31st data. But we have to assume that it's the same.
Right.
While Ortex, at least they take the data, they see what was shorted, they see where the price moved, they take all that information, all the data, and they come up with their own estimated short interest, what they believe the short interest number is based off of previous moves and whatnot.
Here's the other thing that has to be known. Is Ortex, they're not the ones who are coming up with this data. It's not Ortex that is telling you 19.3% exchange short interest. They're not telling you they're not coming up with the cost to borrow being X point Y percent. They are simply making the data pretty. That's what their data is sourced from Standard & Poor's, who is, depending on who you ask, the industry leader in securities lending market data. All Ortex is doing is paying a huge fucking fee to get this data from Standard & Poor's. And then they take this data set and they present it, and then they have some of their own in-house formulas that they'll do and use to provide other data points. That's it. They're not the ones that are trying to. They aren't the suspects for this alleged nefariousness of misreporting or this and that. And on top of that, there will never be 100% accurate report. It's a part of the market to not be accurate. There are different times at which data is sampled. The problem again with this antiquated and primitive interval for settlement times is that every 2 weeks FINRA will require its participants, so Citadel, Susquehanna, Virtu, any of these big name players that we're all so fond of, right? They will submit data about short interest, all openly held short positions of just equity. This doesn't involve options or any other flavor of derivatives. It's just equity, just shares. They will report how many shares are marked as short, which is already a problem because that's then requiring someone to willingly report this. They check a box that says being sold short or being sold to close from a long. Oh, I accidentally checked the wrong box. It wasn't. We were closing it, and it was whatever. The problem is, though, to circle back, is that every 2 weeks, FINRA requires these members to report their short interest, and these positions are only real. They're only valid after a T+2 interval. So what does that mean? I can sell 100,000 shares short immediately after I submit a report to FINRA. And those won't show up on the next report that is then published. It's the same report, but just being published. You submit the data, and then 2 weeks later, it's published to the exchanges as a public thing. I can then sell 100,000 shares short immediately after sending off my data set to FINRA. And that won't show up on what we then get 2 weeks later. So now change the number from 100,000 to 6 million. This was the same theme back in June and January. There was this pool of shares that were being cycled in and out. I wrote about this all the way back in May, saying that they're recycling the same shares over and over and over and just getting their timing right. And of course they are, because they're the ones that are seeing retail flow and have access to this very esoteric data that no one else can get their hands on because of not knowing the right people or not having the fucking cash for it. So you take all this and you put it together, we're literally 2 weeks behind. It's like, so the nerves in your feet, the amount of time it takes for the electrical signal to go from your brain to your feet, if you're going fast enough on a motorcycle, can get you killed. If you go faster than, I think the number is 90 miles an hour on a motorcycle, or maybe the low hundreds. If you're going fast enough, reality will be going faster than you can react to, because for the amount of time it takes for your feet to react and to get situated to turn the other way or to shift your body weight, you literally wouldn't be able to react because of how fast you're going. It's in some terms unfair that biology did that to us, but the point is the same thing is going on here, where because we're 2 weeks behind what reality actually is, we will always be at a disadvantage. And it's not just AMC or GameStop. This is an industry-wide thing. But again, this comes down to settlement times. This comes down to things like Tzero. That's what that solves. That's what that accomplishes. The entire playbook resides upon having these advantages of chronology. But no one wants to talk about that. Everyone wants to bat it away and spit at it and call it a FUD campaign or a show campaign. It's like, no, this is literally a solution to the entire playbook that these bastards are playing
against us every fucking day. That's why it all comes down to time. It all comes down to time. You want to know why options are the catalyst for villainy here? It's because they're the one financial instrument you can use in the equities market that has time priced into it. We call it theta. What is theta derived from? Vega and fuck, what do you call it? Theta and gamma. Theta and gamma. Or Vega and gamma. So Vega is your volatility multiplier, relatively speaking, and gamma is the amount of wiggle room, if you will, or the amount of growth.
Astro, I have one question. When you say T0, you're talking about the settlement T0, like you want settlement?
No, the platform. The platform that Mark Cahotes is an advocate for. Yes, kill me, crucify me, bury me.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not. No, I don't crucify. I don't kill. I'm just wondering because I know that there's a lot of people posting that there's some type of litigation or something against T0. So like if they're getting sued and there's a cease and desist, how's that gonna? How can that? I mean, I'm not.
They're not getting sued.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna say, hey, NFT dividend or whatever's the case. I'll take it, right?
Sure.
I don't want AMC under SEC litigation. I don't want them being in court.
No. And that's the beauty of the idea.
Company locked out.
That's the beauty of Mark's idea is that it's not even a dividend. That is the crime against humanity here. One of many is that it has nothing to. It's not a dividend. A dividend is issued when a publicly traded company is profitable and then distributed to the shareholders.
Actually, that's fine, but are they not? They're getting again. I'm not crucifying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're under they got a cease and desist from the SEC, right?
It's not a cease and desist. They
what is
received a
that? What is
fine
that
over
letter?
something very minute. From what I've read, and I have to double check it, it's just it's the house rules. People want to.
I'm gonna start accepting people up top real quick.
Listen.
They're
why are we talking about something that the CEO of a company clearly told you not to?
Yeah, again, silly shit. Again.
I mean, why are we doing that? Why are we discussing that?
All right,
the CEO of the company.
Are we not allowed to speak about ideas?
No, we can talk about.
Yeah, it's an
we're
idea,
free. I'm accepting everybody speak.
This is an open forum. I'm an advocate for people expressing their ideas and opinions.
Litigation because then it'll
I gotta
take
agree
years.
with that.
Litigation is a relative thing. Just because something is in the middle of a court procedure.
I'm gonna mute everybody because I can't hear too many people talking at one time. All right, real quick, listen. I'm cool with. We can have talks without getting like crazy. He's not trashing. You guys don't need to trash. We can talk. Let's have regular discussion. I'm cool with that. Again, positive talk today. Everybody here is bullish on AMC. We're long on AMC. We can have talks without bugging out. All right. I'm accepting people because this is how I do it. Astro. Every morning, we accept people. We come up. We talk. That's how it is. You know what I mean? I saw there's a lot of requests. So there's everybody. We're cool, right? We talk. We can let people speak. All right. Unmute. Let's let Astro talk, and then let's go Lukazi. We can talk one at a time. You know what I mean?
I
we can have
appreciate
like
that
a civil
respect
discussion
that.
without getting crazy. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Allow me to say, if speaking upon ideas is considered an act of heinousness, I don't want to be in a room or speak with anybody who regards open-minded and different perspectives as an act of villainy. That is simply unacceptable, and I'm sorry if that's the way that you live life. That is just something I'm not a fan of, and I will not dare in any way support
allow me to
as a
respond.
participant.
I didn't say this was any kind of act of villainy or anything bad. I just say that we don't want that shit.
Exactly.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing anything bad,
Well,
wrong,
if you don't
or
want it, then I'll leave.
ugly, or
and I'll continue to my live stream and
you're
continue about it more.
leaving and do what? I mean, why are you leaving? I'm just saying that we don't.
You
want
just said we don't want it. If you don't
Nobody's
want to have a
interested.
discussion, I will leave.
No, listen. What I'm saying is,
But your words, not mine.
he clearly said to stop.
No, he
Now,
did
he
not.
knows shit.
He did not say to stop. No one said to stop.
He says to stand down.
Who are we speaking of?
We're talking about the CEO, man.
We're talking about CEO of AMC.
This comes down to an act of freedom of speech and of thought. This is simply
I
a
mean,
discussion.
There
is no executive action being committed on either side here.
You're turning this into an aggressive attack on
This is not an
you, and
attack.
that's
This
just
is
not
not an
it, 'cause
attack.
I just don't,
How is
I
this
just
an
don't do
attack?
that.
Are you kidding me? I'm
Why-
having an
why are you-
open-minded
why are you
discussion and
worried-
telling you about advanced market mechanics and plumbing so that you can understand why of any flavor of zero-day settlement is important and is a silver bullet to the vampire that is this corruption in the market. And you want to call that some form of an attack?
Well, I mean, until we clear the debt, I don't think we should issue anything.
Clear the what?
So 0-day I'm gonna be okay. So 0-day settlement, like a stock, like a market wise. I'm getting confused with T0, but 0-day settlement in general in the stock market. I think Gary Gensler and these guys were saying about T1, but T0 in general, like 0-day settlement. I think that's like a stock wide, like a market wide thing that they were trying to work on, right? But this T0, this platform itself, I think it's like an NFT. I don't know what they do. Is it like an NFT thing? I'm gonna side with. I'm gonna side a little bit more with Lukazi here, just because. And again, I don't mind talking and discussing it. Just my idea is when I see litigation against, that's one thing I don't want with AMC. It's the main thing I do not want with AMC is being tied up in litigation and having a halt on the stock for multiple weeks just because of something, you know what I mean? That's being forced.
Let's make
on
another
it.
thing
Again,
clear. You would not see week-wide halts spawn as a result of litigation in a publicly traded
it'd
company.
be months. It might be months.
No, it wouldn't be any. There would be no halting of the. Just look into basic literature regarding securities. What do you mean?
Why
would a publicly traded company cease to have any form of realized change in value over something myopic and minute, like having a problem in what is clearly not any form of breaching anything?
Bro, why not? Why not?
Astro.
Listen,
bro.
Yo, I think we're spending too much time on this thing.
I know.
I'm just trying to educate about market mechanics and try to help explain what can solve these problems that have been dawning on us for the past year.
Astro, don't come here to get followers. Everybody knows
I don't need followers. I have 35,000. Exactly. I'm not here for clout. What are you talking about?
Yo, listen, guys. Now we're doing personal. I don't like personal attacks, bro. Listen, Destiny, we're cool. Listen, because like I don't care. I don't care. Anybody can come up and talk. Make sense? I feel like this conversation is no good, bro. We have disagreements. There's no. I don't think one side is gonna agree. One side is gonna disagree. And my whole thing with T0, right? What my opinion is.
This is a crime against logic.
I feel like I'm anti. I don't want litigation. I see that they've had litigation. Paul, Astro saying that.
I'm explaining is that you wouldn't have litigation spawn from
my opinion is I'm just for now I'm against it. Right? I don't mind listening, hearing, but I'm against it.
You're allowed to be against it. I'm just trying to help educate.
I see a couple people came up that are against it. I feel like we don't. This is not positive talk. I'd rather talk about the
positivity is not going to happen all the time.
Why are we going to be all attacking and going? Friend. You know, we could change the subject. We don't got to agree on everything, guys. Right? We're all still in the same place. Doesn't matter. We can move on and not turn this all negative.
And then the
right?
peacekeeping.
I don't want to because it's not working. I see personal attacks. It's not cool. I don't like that. Let's just chill. I see a couple people want to come up top and talk. I'm just gonna start accepting people, bro. I don't know. Can we just be cool and just like let's talk about what you guys? I don't know. Let's talk about breakfast or something. While
welcome to 2022, where we can't talk about things we don't like. We can't talk about things that make us uncomfortable. We can't talk about things that we don't know anything about, but we will talk to others like we know about it. Because this dumb schmuck obviously knows about the laws of securities. Definitely. Holy fucking shit. Good God. These are the people that mob up and act in mass to then gaslight narratives that don't make any sense and have no sound argument or facts or citations to them. And then will scream to the masses what's going on. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck, that's what we're fucking dealing with, man. And then they'll turn around and say that YouTubers are the shills, YouTube are the grifters. No, you can't even fucking tell me how securities legalities work. The fact people still call it a dividend is fucking frightening in itself. It's not a dividend. A dividend is issued when a publicly traded company is profitable and then they distribute that to their shareholders as a dividend. AMC is not profitable. They're not issuing an NFT dividend. This idea from Mark is not about a dividend. It is a non-fungible token with esoteric value that can be applied for things like backstage passes, discounts at the theaters, free popcorn, you fucking name it. But it would have some value that does not derive from profit from a publicly traded company. Its value would be dependent on the holders of it. Each of them would be one-to-one with a share. It is not a dividend. It is not a handout of profit. It is an esoterically valued token of which is on an abstract market platform known as an ATS, an alternative trading system, The value of it comes from those that hold them. It is just like another stock, and it would be IPO'd via its issuance of 1-to-1 with a fucking share in the float. It has nothing to do with the dividend. It has nothing to do with paying the shareholders anything of profit. It is simply an instrument at which the shareholders can use to facilitate discounts, perks, and benefits of the company itself, and the value of that would be built and derived off of that. It's that simple. It doesn't violate any form of legality or any of the legalities held by the debt issuers of AMC. It is not of anything, any form of dividend. So stop fucking calling it an NFT dividend. That is the only thing where legality would spawn from, or some form of litigation, is by you calling it an NFT dividend, where you then want to crucify others for claiming it would cause litigation when you're the one who's mislabeling it and therefore would produce a case for litigation, you dumb fuck. Holy shit. It's that simple. 60 seconds right there. It's that simple. If you're tired of seeing the stock getting slammed by short sales, legal or illegal, if you're tired of seeing a company that you believe in but don't want to take aggressive steps to further cultivate its fundamental value, have fucking fun jerking your dick and buying and holding, because that's what you'll get. That is all you'll get. If you want to pursue something that circumvents and entirely diminishes and extinguishes all of this illegality and these frivolous, fraudulent fucking mechanics being used against the ticker, here's your fucking option. Here's your silver bullet. But no, you want to go into publicly discussed forums in which hundreds, if not thousands of people listen to and try to gaslight those who know what they're talking about with facts that you know you don't know about. And then because you're so aggressively minded and think that because I know what I'm talking about, why don't you prove it? No, it's literally, if you would take the time to read, you would understand the legality. If you took the time to digest the information and grab a shovel and fucking dig, you would understand the legality. It is so fucking stupid that people who don't know what they're talking about gather themselves in mass and form this giant fucking piece of inertia of ignorance, misinformation, and misunderstanding of things that they know they don't know about, and then continue to berate the public in such a way that they will then gaslight them into thinking they know what they're talking about, and then recite and reuse and recycle words they still don't fucking know. If I asked this person why the stock is going down, they would say, darkness. No, you dumb fuck! It's called settlement times and the exploit of them. They are snapshots of reality that the entire market abides by, and the only reason why there is discrepancy between the reality of snapshots and the reality we actually live and perceive in is because of settlement times. But no, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about why the CEO said to stand down. But oh, the CEO works for the shareholders. You want to know a fucking fun fact? Mark Cohodes owns $3 million in AMC. He owns 60,000 shares of the fucking company. Does Adam work for the shareholders, but only the ones he likes? Because this is all about feelings, right? This is all about feelings. If I don't like talking about it, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You want to come into Wall Street and talk about your feelings. You're a fucking idiot.
I'm fixing to commensurate this.
I will send $200 to the first person to make a meme of this scene with what just happened. $200. PayPal, Cash App, I don't give a shit. I'll gift you shares via Cash App.
Trial here. We gonna see if we can come up with a verdict up in here. Now, since y'all say you ain't got no money, we have proprietarily obtained for you on them court-appointed lawyers. So put your hands together and give it up for Rico Pendejo.
You're my lawyer?
Says here you, robbed a hospital? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
That's not what the other lawyer said.
I mean, listen, you gotta get me on the stand, okay? I can explain everything. We can take him to your house. We'll show him the pod that I came here.
Shut up! Now, prosecutor, why you think you done it?
Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag, too.
And B, we've got all this, like, evidence of how, like, this guy didn't even pay at the hospital. And I heard that he doesn't even have his tattoo. I know, and I'm all, you gotta be shitting me. But check this out, man. Judge should be like, guilty. Peace.
Objection!
What are you objectifying on?
Come on, just get me on the stand now.
Okay. Your Honor, I object that this guy also broke my apartment to shit. Yeah. And you know what else? I object that he's not gonna have any money to pay me after he pays back all the money he stole from the hospital.
Don't say I stole. You're my lawyer.
And I object that he interrupted me while I was watching Oh My Balls! That is not okay! I rest my case!
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass, you don't shut up.
No, please listen. Please listen. I didn't steal anything. I was part of an army experiment.
Joe stated his case logically and passionately, but his perceived effeminate voice only drew big gales of stupid laughter.
Get it!
Without adequate legal representation, Joe was given a stiff sentence.
Because everybody always knows something about the market they claim is not transparent and too opaque and but they know fucking everything apparently. And oh, the SEC aren't doing their jobs and we hate them and Gary Gensler is complacent. Oh, but they fined Tzero and it's a cease and desist. Not as if that is just the result of if they don't pay this frivolous fucking fine. No sirree. Time to rain dance the buy and idle. Do the rain dance, otherwise the stock goes down. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, let's get an instant replay of that shit.
One time we were at 48%. We had a 6% rip.
So that's the saddest part. We went from talking about data and things that mattered into then something that could be serving as a solution to the thing that we were observing that is a problem of data.
Right. They're shorting the...
And then ensue the Einsteins.
To run.
They're not coming up with the cost to borrow being...
I can't hear too many people talking at one time. All
right. Theta and gamma. Theta and gamma. And then I'm explaining the Greeks. I'm explaining out what the Greeks are and why they're applicable and how they work. Not what they are, but how they work. They are Vega and gamma. So Vega is your volatility multiplier, relatively speaking. Rho. No.
The
issue.
Why are we doing this?
And then this slide douchebag.
I'm gonna start accepting people up top real quick.
Listen.
They're
why are we talking about something that the CEO of a company clearly told you not to?
Yeah, again, silly shit.
Because the CEO of the company can violate your First Amendment right.
Again.
I mean, why are we doing that? Why are we discussing that?
All right,
the CEO of the company.
Are we not allowed to speak about ideas?
No, we can talk about.
Yeah,
we're
an idea, but
I'm accepting. Can everybody speak up?
This is an open forum. I'm an advocate for people expressing their ideas and opinions.
Litigation because then it'll take years.
Litigation is a relative thing. Just because something's in the middle of a court procedure.
I'm gonna mute everybody because I can't hear out without getting like crazy. He's not trying again without. we accept people. We come up, we talk. That's how it is. You know what I mean? And so there's a lot of requests. So
I love Adam's comment. This is like a Call of Duty server.
No, everybody, we're cool, right? We talk. We can let people speak. All right, unmute. Let's let Astro talk, and then let's go Lukazi. We can talk one at a time. You know what I mean?
I
We can have
appreciate
like
that
a
and
civil
respect
discussion
that.
without getting crazy. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Allow me to say, if speaking upon ideas is considered an act of heinousness, I don't want to be in a room or speak with anybody who regards open-minded and different perspectives as an act of villainy. That is simply unacceptable, and I'm sorry if that's the way that you live life. That is just something I'm not a fan of, and I will not dare in any way support
allow me to
as a
respond.
participant.
I didn't say this was any kind of act of villainy or anything bad. I just say that we don't want that shit.
Exactly.
We don't like your kind around here.
Pretty much it. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing anything bad.
So let's take note of that quote.
But I just say that we don't want that shit.
We don't want that shit.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing anything bad,
Well, if you
wrong,
don't want it, then I'll leave.
ugly, or
and I'll continue to my live stream and
you're
continue about it
you're
more.
leaving. Do what? I mean, why are you leaving? I'm just saying that we don't.
You
want
just said we don't want it. If you don't
Nobody's
want to
in
have
there-
a discussion, I will leave.
No, listen. What I'm saying is,
But your words, not mine.
he clearly said to stop.
No, he
Now,
did
he
not.
knows shit.
He did not say to stop. No one said to stop.
He said to stand down.
Who are we speaking of?
We're talking about the CEO, man.
We're talking about CEO of AMC.
This comes down to an act of freedom of speech and of thought. This is simply a
See,
discussion.
here's
There is no
here's the
executive
thing.
action being committed on either
you're
side here.
turning this into an aggressive attack on.
This is not an attack.
What the fuck, dude?
This is not an
Because
attack.
I
Is
just
this an
don't do
attack?
that.
Are you kidding me? I'm
Why-
having an
why are you-
open-minded
why are you
discussion and
worried-
telling you about advanced market mechanics and plumbing so that you can understand why, of any flavor of zero-day settlement, is important and is a silver bullet to the vampire that is this corruption in the market. And you want to call that some form of an attack?
Well, I mean, until we clear the debt, I don't think we should issue anything.
Clear the what?
So 0 day set. I'm gonna be okay. So 0 day settlement, like a stock, like a market wise. I'm getting confused with T0, but 0 day settlement in general in the stock market. But this T0, this platform itself, I think it's like an NFT. I don't know what they do. Is it like an NFT thing? Again.
I love Batman, and I'm not criticizing him for this. I'm criticizing on behalf of the other people who were trying to get me to shut up. They don't understand what it is, yet they want to oh my fucking god!
I'm gonna side with. I'm gonna side a little bit more with Lukazi here, just because. And again, I don't mind talking and discussing it. Just my idea is, when I see litigation against, that's one thing I don't want.
Hospitals get sued all the time. Does that mean hospitals are all bad?
With AMC, it's the main thing I do not want with AMC is being tied up in litigation and having a halt on the stock for.
Batman, you can do better than that. I know you know this is not the case. Apple has lawsuits all the time. Does Apple get halted?
For multiple weeks, just because of something, you know what I mean? That's being
Well,
forced.
let's make
on it.
another thing
Again,
clear. You
know?
would not see week-wide halts spawn as a result of litigation in a publicly
Or
traded
it'd
company.
be months. It might be months.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, it
Can
wouldn't
you
be
prove
any.
that?
There would be
How do
no
you know
halting.
This is what's going through my head. What you see is my formal fucking presentation of myself.
Just
How do you know
look
that?
into basic literature regarding securities. What do you mean?
I'm
Why
talking
would
about
why would a
present
publicly
day.
traded company cease to have any form of realized change in value over something myopic and minute, like having a problem in what is clearly not any form of
Astro.
switching anything?
Bro,
Astro.
Why not? Why not?
Why not? That is your burden of proof, dickhead, not mine. I just gave you the reason why it wouldn't, and then you try to hit me with the why not. You're a fucking idiot.
Just
Listen, bro.
Yo, I think we're spending too much time on this thing.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just trying to educate about market mechanics and try to help explain what can solve these
Educated,
problems that
educate.
have been daunting
Educate.
on us for the past year.
Astro, don't come here to get followers.
How do you turn educating into follow? Dude, there were like 80 people in there. I came in there to talk with Batman.
That have been dawning on us for the past year.
Astro, Don't come here to get followers. Everybody knows
I
how
don't
this
need
shit
followers.
works.
I have
Wait.
35,000. I'm not here for clout. What are you talking about?
Yo, listen, guys. Now we're doing personal. I don't like personal attacks, bro. Listen, Destiny, we're cool. Listen, because like I don't care. I don't care. Anybody can come
How
up
does
and
this
talk.
make sense?
I feel like this conversation is no good, bro. We have disagreements. I feel we gotta agree on personal cool and just
because like
something. Well, top and talk. I'm just gonna start accepting people, bro. I don't know. Just can we just be cool and just like let's talk about what you guys. I don't know. Let's talk about breakfast or something. Well,
actually, wait, I want to see my rant real quick. Let me make sure I hit all my points. And say that YouTubers are the shills. YouTube are the grifters. No, you can't even fucking tell me how securities legalities work. We will talk to others like we know about it. Activity is not going to happen all and massive. No, you can't even fucking tell me how securities legalities work. The fact people still call it a dividend is fucking frightening in itself. It's not a dividend. A dividend is issued when a publicly traded company is profitable and then they distribute that to their shareholders as a dividend. AMC is not profitable. They're not issuing an NFT dividend. This idea from Mark is not about a dividend. It is a non-fungible token with esoteric value that can be applied for things like backstage passes, discounts at the theaters, free popcorn, you fucking name it. But it would have some value that does not derive from profit from a publicly traded company. Its value would be dependent on the holders of it. Each of them would be one-to-one with a share. It is not a dividend. It is not a handout of profit. It is an esoterically valued token of which is on an abstract market platform known as an ATS, an alternative trading system. The value of it comes from those that hold them. It is just like another stock, and it would be IPO'd via its issuance of one-to-one with a fucking share in the float. It has nothing to do with a dividend. It has nothing to do with... Fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck... Paying the shareholders anything of profit. It is simply an instrument at which the shareholders can use to facilitate discounts, perks, and benefits of the company itself, and the value of that would be built and derived off of that. It's that simple. It doesn't violate any form of legality or any of the legality. But Adam Merritt said, so even if that's wrong, another point, Adam Merritt says, take that, Jesus! Stop, Paul! How's that for a gaslighting tactic? Take a quote, misframe it, pull it out of context, and then try to apply it to a situation that has no applicable interface to then use to shut somebody up. The quote of stand down was to Mark, not me, not Twitter, not anyone. That's what that was, and then you try to extrapolate that onto something that you know you can't have any tangible or sound argument to. Good one. Held by the debt issuers of AMC. It is not of anything, any form of dividend. So stop fucking calling it an NFT dividend. That is the only thing where legality would spawn from, or some form of litigation, is by you calling it an NFT dividend, where you then want to crucify others for claiming it would cause litigation when you're the one who's mislabeling it and therefore would produce a case for litigation, you dumb fuck. Holy shit. It's that simple. 60 seconds right there. It's that simple. If you're tired of seeing the stock getting slammed by short sales, legal or illegal, if you're tired of seeing the company that you believe in, but don't want to take aggressive steps to further cultivate its fundamental value, have fucking fun jerking your dick and buying and holding, because that's what you'll get. That is all you'll get. If you want to pursue something that circumvents and entirely diminishes and extinguishes all of this illegality and these frivolous, fraudulent fucking mechanics being used against the ticker, here's your fucking option. Here's your silver bullet. But no, you want to go into publicly discussed forums in which hundreds, if not thousands of people listen to and try to gaslight those who know what they're talking about with facts that you know you don't know about. And then because you're so aggressively minded and think that because I know what I'm talking about, why don't you prove it? No, it's literally, if you would take the time to read, you would understand the legality. If you took the time to digest the information and grab a shovel and fucking dig, you would understand the legality. It is so fucking stupid that people who don't know what they're talking about gather themselves in mass and form this giant fucking piece of inertia of ignorance, misinformation, and misunderstanding of things that they know they don't know about, and then continue to berate the public in such a way that they will then gaslight them into thinking they know what they're talking about, and then
Please check
recite
at
and reuse and
bank_master
recycle
DM,
words they
he is
still don't
convinced.
fucking know. If I asked this person why the stock is going down, they would say, darkness. No, you dumb fuck! It's called settlement times and the exploit of them. They are snapshots of reality that the entire market abides by, and the only reason why there is discrepancy between the reality of snapshots and the reality we actually live and perceive in is because of settlement times. But no, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about why the CEO said to stand down. But oh, the CEO works for the shareholders. You want to know a fucking fun fact? Mark Cohodes owns $3 million in AMC. He owns 60,000 shares of the fucking company. Does Adam work for the shareholders, but only the ones he likes? Because this is all about feelings, right? This is all about feelings. If I don't like talking about it, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You want to come into Wall Street and talk about your feelings. You're a fucking idiot. Feelings.
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
Astro, thank you for everything. Just want to remind you metaphorically, to take the time to resharpen your tool. Fighting with a dull blade is frustrating and ineffective. No disrespect.
No disrespect
just
taken.
care.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated, sir. Very much appreciated.
What are you doing, Steph?
Yo, Cheeto!
Shane donated $25.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You don't have to do that. No one has to do it, but you especially. You fucking make the best memes in the world. That is fucking brilliant. That is fucking brilliant. Astro's clock. Jesus fuck. AMC moving a little bit. Dumb question. I've kind of lurked around this channel for a while now, but not seen any trades or even mention of trades. I assume there's. Yeah. It's been a lot about AMC and GameStop and the tracking of my fractal theory. Yeah, there are trades going on. Ian with the 4 months. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Morning, handsome. It's been a long time. What the fuck is Amy up to this morning and today? Good to see you, man. Great to see you. She's moving a little bit. She's up 1.3% right now.
All right, while we wait for market open, I want to show this video. So I'll add some background. At this chair are a couple, at one point, important people. One of them was a higher up of J.P. Morgan. The other is a CEO of a allegedly fraudulent company known as MyMedics. Mark began investigating into the alleged fraud that was being committed by MyMedics, and was able to prove it, and later had employees from across the country sending in information to help his case because they knew something was wrong. And Mark attempted to reach out multiple times to the CEO and other higher up members to discuss this, and they ignored him and told him to go away. They later sent the FBI after him for no reason at all, no warrant. And it turns out that the CEO had conspired with a senator to send FBI agents unsolicited to Mark's house to get him to back off. The CEO is now in prison, and either one or both of the agents are behind bars as well. The senator recently passed. Mark then goes to them in person, by the way. This is Mark in person.
Okay, let's get started. I'm Pete T. Chris Cashman.
The man talking is now in prison.
Mike Sankin, you ought to be able to handle your questions. So, first question is...
Parker, can you tell me why you're suing certain employees who left for cross-selling product while many of your lieutenants at the company are still doing the exact same thing? Why this uneven approach for the people who left who are whistleblowers on your channel stuffing fraud?
All right, first of all, you're obviously involved with short selling.
Here, I'll stand up. My name's Mark Cahotas.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Hello, Parker.
It's sort of my pleasure.
Here, I'll come up and shake hands with you.
Well, I'm not tall enough to shake hands with you.
You're not, but you can hear. I'll sit down next to you.
All right.
Hello, Chris. Parker, I'm right here. Okay?
I don't really want you. We're not going to do that.
So Mark is trying to discuss why Parker was firing employees who were coming out and explaining that they were cross-selling products, which is an act of fraud per Medicare and Medicaid policy. Also against normal business practices. It's like naked short selling. You're selling a product you know you don't have because it was already used by some gig up the street.
All right. Any real questions on the company?
Well, that's a real question. Please answer it, sir.
It's not a real question.
I've got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
You guys have, in the wound care market, you got 10% or 32% market share, but 90% of the market is not actually going and getting treatment for wound care. How do you grow the share from 10% to a higher amount? Is there any direct patient marketing that can be done? Is there a return on that?
Absolutely, great question. Education is the key. Ultimately, we educate internally, we educate our people, as consultants and advisors. They work with the doctors, the physicians. We conduct a lot of different symposiums where there's a lot of peer-to-peer activity. You see education through the clinical and scientific work that MyMedics is involved in and sponsoring, and 32 published studies now. And ongoing, we have 30 still running in various areas. So, we've really become ingrained now as a very strong brand, and now being pulled into the market more. There's a lot of greater.
Remember the scene from The Big Short where Steve Carell's character starts asking the CEO of, I think it was the CEO of Barrett. No, he was at the conference in Vegas where Steve Carell's character just berates the speaker of the entire conference, asking him about the fraud that was going on with the credit default swap market and the prime mortgage-backed securities. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Memory, the growth factors, the proteins that are embedded success.
National job over their companies goes very quick. Medicare. So.
This man is a fraud and is in jail.
Well, I'm a customer of JP Morgan.
You're not a shareholder. Thank you very much.
Oh, I am a shareholder. I have some shares, Parker. Why don't we just have this out right here, right now, you and me? Right? You call me all sorts of names, right? You say I don't practice good business acumen, but I'm speaking at the Harvard Business School.
Does anyone else have a operating question?
This isn't the audience or the place for you guys to have that discussion.
I'm a customer of JP Morgan, right? I do more business than these guys. I'm entitled to ask my question.
No, I'm sorry. Any other pertinent questions about the company's performance?
How about the SEC investigation out of Denver? Where are you on that, Pete?
We're working with them every day, basically, and we're trying to speed that up so it gets taken care of quickly.
When do you see that?
What about market halts on AMC for litigation over something we don't know about? This company had an open fucking litigation, and they weren't halted. They didn't have any seizing of trading. With material evidence showing fraud, they were never halted.
Coming to a close.
And the correct term is suspended, by the way. I hope that asshat is listening right now. The correct term is suspended, not halted.
As soon as we can help it come to a close. In a matter of months, not years. We had the same kind of investigation 3 years ago when our competitor filed a key time against us. We got through that in 4 months. Same list of allegations, 150 allegations about all kind of corporate malfeasance. We just aren't the kind of people that create issues like that, period. I'm sorry, we're not going to take those kind of short questions. If there's not any other questions here from our shareholders, we'll end the session. But
Pete, what evidence do you have of your so-called illegal short selling? What evidence do you have of that?
The regulators will talk to you about that when the time comes.
I think I'm talking to the regulators more than you are, though, Pete.
You have no idea.
Really?
You don't.
Okay.
You have no idea. Any other questions?
I've got one. As a long-term shareholder, you know, I hear the banter back and forth between the shorts and the company management. What metrics over time are you guys focused on to dispel the concerns?
This was 4 years ago.
That the shorts have brought up? Because as an investor, you read all sorts of crazy theories or things that could drive the stock down or really harm other shareholders. But the stock where it is, it seems like by now those things would come off. So what are you watching? What metrics are you using to gauge your success in dispelling those rumors?
Well, having run healthcare public companies for 36 years, I've had my experience with short selling activities. This particular activity focused on memetics has been a whole new level of issues. Number one, every time, and we've said this in our press release, that's why I put the press release out so we'll be having these discussions. Every time we see one of these allegations that's focused on something related to breaking the law or breaking regulations, we counter that on our website. We say, here's where you're mistaken, here's this, here's that, and we counter it. We have a whole, if you print those documents out, they're about an inch thick. Do you think the Securities Exchange Commission gets those documents? Of course they do. Okay? So we're helping them move along in their process of figuring out fact from fiction here. And there's a whole lot of fiction associated with what's going on. So that's what we're doing to speed up the process. We look forward to seeing the SEC regulators when the time comes. But in the meantime, we can supply them with the information they wanted very quickly, just like we did with the Department of Justice in that key team investigation 3 years ago.
So, on Taft Mills, right? I spoke with Taft Mills. Taft Mills' story and your guy's story in the press release is completely different. So, are you standing on the ground that Taft Mills knew of no channel stuffing?
Mark, when we publish a press release, if I issue false information, I can go to jail and be fined.
And he did, and he was.
Unfortunately, you don't have those same constraints.
Sure I do.
Well, no, I'm sorry you don't.
So you're saying
No, you
if you put out a false press release, you can be fined and go to jail. Is that what you're going to say?
That's what the laws and regulations are. Corporate executives have a whole different set of issues to contend with than you guys that play around in this short selling and illegal short selling activity.
Illegal short selling, right? Illegal?
Illegal, absolutely.
Okay, tell me what I'm...
No, I'm going to let the regulators tell you. That's not my job.
Okay.
And some of your constituents ought to be telling you.
My constituents, who would that be, Parker?
You'll find out.
Tom Price?
You'll
I'll find out.
You'll find out.
Is that a threat, Parker? Is that a threat? I'll find out.
I think we need to. This is not professional, and we need to end this.
Yeah, I'm not going to play with that childish stuff, so I'm not going to take any more comments. Are there any more shareholder questions that you'd like to have answers to? We'll do our best. Yes, sir.
As we think long term, as we approach the new products coming for sale, how do you guys think about SG&A cost containment versus revenue growth?
Okay. Let me answer that because it's been something we've been dealing with. That's the reason for that. When you make it continue
and keep in mind, the reason what is at the level, a whole lot we will take.
Next question. Mark, I'm sorry.
Really?
Are there any questions
Really?
from the audience relative to the company's operating performance?
Parker,
This is
I
my
haven't been to a
medics.
conference in 18
Was.
years, so if John Gruden can go back and coach the Raiders, I can at least make a cameo appearance. Let me at least ask a question while you're still here.
And what I love about Mark's debate style is he does have a little bit of a sense of humor. It's very not rigid, but it's witty. It's cunning almost.
Why don't you guys have an internal investigation hired by an outside law firm, right? Just bring in someone, clear the air, winner take all. Then I'd go home, and if you're cleared, I'll go long the stock and be your biggest advocate.
I don't care if you ever go long or short.
Really?
Your
Well, you do
future's
care I'm short,
going to be
right?
dealt with regulators. Thank you very much.
That's my
Any other
future?
questions?
Why not answer that? Why not do an independent investigation that's not your friend from Georgia Tech running the audit committee? And that's a fair question.
It is a fair question. My friend from Georgia Tech, just like I would do for him, he'd shoot me in a minute if I was guilty of corporate.
But you see from an outsider's perspective what that looks like.
Not really. When you look at our track record, let me tell you something. If I were prone to corporate malfeasance, I'm 78 years old. I've been running public companies for 36 years. It would have shown up a long time before that.
Well, you know, that's a statement that
Because past performance is indicative of future results. That's how that works.
excellent.
Selling to dead people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how ridiculous this nonsense is. Okay.
This is Mark Cahotes calling out a fraudulent
Just like
CEO.
me using burner phones and I guess
That man
last week
speaking
I
is in
was
prison now.
wiretapping every visitor.
Mark fights for the underdog. And I'll be goddamned if he doesn't win. This is soured pretty bad? What do you mean? Mark does have some balls. You goddamn right he does. If we don't squeeze this month, the Fed will lose money? Question mark on capital gains? I don't think so. Why would the Fed be losing money? I gotta piss real quick. Ever do analysis on crypto? Yes. Treasury? Yeah, are you talking about the IRS? Is that what you mean? And another confirmation piss. Yo, Minion, good morning, man. Yo, thank you, ETH. Appreciate it, man.
You're back. That's on Bed Bath Beyond, in your opinion? I guess relative. Yeah. So insiders are reportedly buying the stock, and there was an Unusual Whales alert that went out a couple days ago. So I'm already in on calls. New MacBook? Pretty fire, by the way. They did a good job. T-minus 12 minutes. Yes, sir. Fucking Cheeto with the new meme. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Dank. Where the fuck did I put all my pens? All right, so when market opens, I'm gonna manage some of my trades and then maybe step into some in-depth analysis on AMC and GameStop. We're also going to be doing some trades with Unusual Whales. If you're not using Unusual Whales, please make your life better. Sign up. You can use my link in the description if you want to. You don't have to. I do benefit from it. If you decide you do not want to use my link, you can use no link. Just go to UnusualWhales.com. But it has all of the options and dark pool flow. They have options alerts, which are fantastic. I've literally made thousands of dollars in the past couple days from these alerts. So it's the best platform I've ever used. Whaley is one of the best people, hands down, no questions asked. There's no debate. One of the best people that exists in this ecosystem. So you can download it with my link in the description or go to UnusualWhales.com. What the fuck is that green candle on BBIG? I might jump into that. I just bought 300 shares. When it starts to go crazy, I might write some covered calls on it. I'm already in on Marathon from Unusual Whales, so it's gonna be a good day, my friends. And I'm already in on DWAC. It's gonna be a good fucking day, my friends. Good shout on BBIG.
Anyway, have a great weekend. And let me tell you something. Hit it, Lee. Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, you know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker.
And Twitter
Stay black.
Stay black. '07, lowercase 07, like a salute. It looks like someone's saluting. 30 seconds. Seems odd that you seem worried then? About what? What are you talking about? There you go. There you go. 5 seconds. Fuck, I don't know what to close. There's so much green, I have no idea what to close. Jesus, my fucking Bed Bath & Beyond calls are up 100%. Bro, God bless Unusual Whales. Holy fucking shit. Nvidia going. Amy and Jimbo are fucking hurting, but I think they're gonna turn around. That's a $5,000 day right there, boys. Microsoft fucking flying. $22,000 contracts, $9 on Zynga. Ooh, good call, good call. Apparently Ater's moving. ATER. Oh no, but somebody's loading up on calls. Unless that's just the spread. Oh no, it's just the spread, never mind. DWAC starting to move. It's a good fucking day, boys. $5,000 off the open. Yeah, Adam, agreed. What's Blink doing? Yeah, I'm gonna go in on Blink. There's DWAC! There's DWAC! I know Rico was saying that he thinks it was the end of a distribution, but the reason why I stayed in it, and actually I put my money down on it, was because of it was catching a huge trend line, I think, is what it was. Tilray? Ooh. Ooh, good call. Good fucking call. I like it. I'm just gonna buy shares. I'm gonna buy shares and then do a covered call if it starts to move. Almost a $6,000 day. 7% inflation, yeah. And they're using the numbers from the consumer spending habits of 2019 to 2020. Such bullshit. When do we get it? When do we get the next AMC run up? I think it's very soon. Don't act financially on anything I say, first off, but it's looking like it's very soon. The 1 year anniversary of Robinhood's fuck up will not be forgotten. Come on, D-Wack. There goes BLNK. I'm getting out of any blue chips right now because when J-Pal goes on the mic, SPY always dips. It gets pumped and then dip right around 2 p.m. It looks like SPY's starting to fall through a little bit. Let's check out the flow. I'm gonna hop in on T2 maybe. Where did they get in at? Strike 155. Actually, no, I'm gonna do QuantumScape QS. Man, wait. DWAC at the 70. I'm gonna go in heavy on DWAC. Going in here. Yeah, that's a little accumulation. Clock. Why DWAC? An unusual whales alert. Someone bought 20,000 calls at $70. Jimbo's trying to move a little bit. I'm also going to get some more AMC calls. And I'm going to buy puts on SPY real quick. Actually, no. Never mind. Fuck, I should have. I can't tell. I can't tell. It keeps getting rejected. AMC is trying to move. Jimbo trying to move. Yeah, so the alerts will go out today at 10. So another 10 minutes. Yo, Omar, good morning, man. Trying to figure out why my bitrate is so shit. Yeah, Zingo's trying to move. Let's see if DWAC does something here. AMC. And I'm glad I didn't play those spy puts. At least at the current moment. Bed Bath & Beyond trying to move. How's AMC looking so far? Pretty good. Pretty good. Up about 1%. Something feels eerie. Something feels quiet. Let's see if this is it. She's trying to move. Jimbo's quiet. D-Wack. Amy, keep going. Did you get in pick yesterday? No. Is there still room on it? Pick. There's Amy. I just jumped in on pick. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so I was to give you a little bit of an insight to what I was thinking when I neglected the SPY puts. I was looking back at what happens when it gaps up in the morning or gaps down, and it was about half and half as to if it opened at a gap up, that they would fill the gap downward. So I took the risk averse approach and decided to just not jump in. Yeah, Goose, I gotta dig through it some more, but it looks great so far. Appreciate it, brother. I'm excited to have you here, because then we'll be able to do that shit in person. I like it though. Bed Bath & Beyond moving. Zynga's starting to move. I think Amy's trying to move again here. Pick's trying to move. You might have gotten me in at just the right time. Fuck, I should have jumped in on this. Yeah, pick looks like it wants to move more. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. It's a ton of volume. BBIG up 7%. Yeah, BBIG moving. Zynga fucking doing its thing. We're making money, boys! We're making money. Crypto running right now? Yeah, Doge is moving. Unusual. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. Thank you. BBIG fucking flying. D-Wax starting to move. Amy trying to move. Jimbo. That's a fucking good day, boys. It's a fucking good day, boys. Need more Moon Gang jokes. Missed that? Yeah. I'm trying to... Matt and I are cool. I'll talk to him. Amy! Shit, what the fuck? Amy! Everything's taking a breather. D-Wax trying to move. Tesla trying to move. BBBY might be turning around. Blackberry should see something here. Yo, John, thank you, man. Right back at you. Good song? Come on, Amy. Come on, Amy. Don't fuck me, D-Wack. Don't fuck me. And looking at these other streamers, they don't have something that you do. Thank you, man. Thank you. It means a lot. It means a lot. Please be a spring. Please be a spring. Please be. Yes. No. Don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. Let's check these alerts. Nothing yet. Lucid Thoughts? I already pulled out. Oh fuck, why did I pull out? I wouldn't chase it. Volatility's already priced in now. Tesla trying to do something. That's fun? Good question. Fun has options now, too. Ooh, I kind of like it. Oh, I like it. I like it. Good call, good call. I just bought 300 shares of fun. Robinhood to list SHIB in early Feb. Ooh. Come on, D-Wack. Come on, D-Wack. Come on, D-Wack. Prague. Could do an invert. Looks like. Oh, I'm going in on Prague. That's a giant accumulation. I just bought 500 shares on Prague. If it starts to move like crazy, I'll write covered calls on it. I like it though. That's a huge accumulation. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It could easily bounce here. I see like a giant inverse head and shoulders basically. Not financial advice, none of this. Zero, don't do what I do. That is what I think. Zinga trying to hold here. Heard you got laid last night. At least CCJ is moving. There's Tesla. Yeah, CCJ. Calls on Ford. Holy shit. Some really big bullish flow coming in on Ford at the 2750 strike for let's see, February 4th at 22 expiration. I wish I held those Tesla calls. Fuck. And you can use my affiliate link for Unusual Whales in the description. It's an amazing service. I love it. Whaley's a fucking amazing guy. It's a fantastic service. I highly recommend it. UnusualWhales.com. You can use referral code ASTRO if you want to support the shit show. Otherwise, just do your thing. Yeah, I really wish I held those Tesla calls. God damn it. Whoa, did you give up? No. No, absolutely fucking not. How much is the subscription? I think the minimum's $30. But it's worth every dime. DVAC bounced off the 20-day moving average. Ooh. Deep in the money options on EV equals, yeah, I think I agree on that. Can't buy Prague on Fidelity? That is weird. The IG starting to move again. Bed Bath & Beyond. I think he's gonna break out here. If you're enjoying the shit show, like, sub, fondle. Thank you. I think fun will start moving here soon. Consider yourself fondled.
the mirror and crash, crash, crash into a ditch. Just playing. She needs a golden calculator to divide the time it takes to look inside and realize that real guys go for real down to Mars, girls. Yeah, I know you'd like to think your shit don't stink, but lean a little bit closer so it's really smell like boo-boo-boo.
Yeah, AMC's under every moving average. She's ready to pop. Same thing with Jimbo. EDIG, Bed Bath & Beyond, Tesla. I guess Bed Bath & Beyond.
Well, she got a hottie's body, but her attitude is potty. When I met her at a party, she was hardly acting naughty. I said, Shawty, would you call me? She said, pardon me, are you balling? I said, darling, you sound like a prostitute pausing. Oh, so you're one of them freaks. Get geeked at the sight of an ATM receipt, but game been peaked. Dropping name, she's weak. Tricking off, this bitch is lost. Mistake me for a geek. Quick way to eat. Deep place to sleep. Rent a car for a week. Trick for retreat. No, go on the raw sex. My ace test is flawless. Regardless, we don't want to get involved with all them lawyers and judges. Just to hold grudges in the.
Man, I wish I had held those Tesla calls.
Not support you.
I know you'd like to think your shit don't stink, but lean a little bit closer. See, roses really smell like
D-Wax ready to do something.
yeah, roses really smell like boo-boo-boo. Yeah, I know you'd like to think your shit don't stink, but lean a little bit closer. See, roses really smell like boo-boo-boo. Yeah, roses really smell like boo-boo-boo. I know you'd like to think your shit don't stink, but lean a little.
Someone bought 449 puts on SPY.
Roses really smell like boo-boo-boo.
218.
Shit don't stink, but lean a little bit closer. See, roses really smell like boo-boo-boo. Yeah, roses really smell like boo-boo-boo. Better come back down to Mars. Good, quit chasing cars. What happens when the dough gets low? Bitch, you ain't that fine. No way. No way. No way. Better come back down to Mars. Good, quit chasing cars. What happens when the dough gets low? Bitch, you ain't that fine. No way. No way. No way. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch.
Bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Stupid ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Oh, punk ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Oh, dumb ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
A bitch's bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Just a bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Stupid ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Oh, punk ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Oh, dumb ass bitch.
Crazy bitch.
A bitch's bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Just a bitch.
Come on, D-Wax. Come on, D-Wax. Wish I held those Microsoft calls too. Damn. Bed and Beyond about to break out. Spy acting funny. Zinga.